Good morning. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Everybody settle down. Would I go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and ask everybody if you would cut your phones on silent. There's a major fine involved. You have to buy lunch for everybody at Dice Barbecue. All right, ladies and gentlemen, my name's Alan Powell, for those who hadn't been to this committee before. Back during the session, we had a number of bills that we just couldn't wrap our hands around. The ticket brokering bill was one of them by Representative Hilton. And I thought this would be a dandy good time today to just get into talking, so we got plenty of time. At the end of it, I'm going to go over a couple other issues with the committee members that might be of an interest this year. One of them might be gambling, since we continue to hear the Senate talk about sports betting. And I'm not sure if they're talking about with or without a constitutional amendment. Bingo is something that we'll be talking about in the session. I'm hoping we might have a chance to discuss some of that today. Not a whole lot other, unless somebody wants to volunteer to take the cosmetology board this year. And quite frankly, I'm not sure who I'm pissed off enough to assign that to. After the debacle last year. But it's good to see all the smiling faces in here today. Now, anyone that wants to speak today, if you would, there's a sign-up sheet over there. I'd like to kind of get a handle on who the lobbyists are for the various companies that's involved, because I know who's involved with the Braves. But other than that, I keep losing track. I had a lot of people calling after this meeting was posted, and I didn't even know they were the lobbyists for those folks. So if y'all could identify yourselves to who that would be. Now, with that being said, there's a very special guest that I was pleased to see, and he's not here to testify today, but probably one of the most outstanding gentlemen that I know. Mr. Ed Clark has decided to come today. And to the committee, I always tell them, if you ever want to meet a real gentleman, Ed Clark is a real gentleman. And of course, he's got a real lady sitting next to him today, my dear friend. That being said, Representative Hilton. Let's see here. You ready?
Yes, sir.
Tell us a little bit about your bill, and I think you probably saw from the, it was so thick getting into all of these different people that are in, or groups that are involved in the transferring of tickets from sports teams to entertainment venues to secondary marketers, who I found out that some of the venue folks, they deal with their own ticket sales. They deal with 2 or 3 of these different folks. So if you would, tell us what your thoughts are and if it's changed any since the session, and then we'll move on. There's no vote to be taken. I will caution all the folks that have an interest today. I will caution them that we'll have plenty of time between now and January, since we have a little blip on our radar screen for the fall of the year that we'll be down here for a special event starting, I think, the 29th or the 30th, somewhere in there. So we got plenty of time to get into the weeds on this. To the committee members, since the only one that I know that seems to know a whole lot about tickets, and that would be the gentleman from Dalton over there, because I think he's a consummate scalper's not the right word, but
used sometimes to degrade folks sometimes.
But you know, I want the members to ask questions. If you feel like things are getting a little bit shaky, raise your hand and say stop, and restate that so I can get a feel on who's what. Now, for anybody in attendance, we have a member here who doesn't know what a barber is. So I want you to know that the gentleman sitting behind Mr. Snyder over there, Mr. Conlon, are you kin to Mr. Conlon?
If I get some Live Nation money, I'm pissed.
Oh, I understand that. So, that being said, Representative Hilton, talk to us about ticket brokering.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. To your point earlier, I don't know if somebody loved me or hated me when I got asked to sponsor this bill, but it's been a fun ride, and I appreciate the folks here. I'm going to keep my comments brief to allow plenty of testimony, but I'll tee up kind of where we are and where we're at. And I thank you for the opportunity to flush this out further, because it is a very complicated subject, and it's worthy of our time and consideration. So House Bill 398, let me make sure, 398, I'm reading from LC 36544. It's one of the simpler and more shorter bills that I've ever sponsored. It's really a bulk of 2 pages, beginning with lines 31 and when it crosses out in line 36. But before I get to the substance of the bill, I'll talk about kind of where we're at right now. Tickets and the ticket market have changed dramatically over my lifetime, and probably many of yours. Gone are the days with a paper ticket and sitting outside scalping. It's technology has really taken over, and it's changed. It's changed how we buy and sell tickets and resell tickets. And I think that's why it's worthy today to have this conversation, because some have used technology to create sort of virtual monopolies in the way tickets are bought and sold. So what's the problem that we're facing that 398 aims to address? Right now, the primary ticket sales throughout the United States are almost exclusively through one provider. Consumers are subject to terms and conditions, technologies, and fee structures that attempt to limit the resale from a primary ticket holder to someone else. Due to these exclusive agreements, they're trying to limit consumer behavior, consumer choice, and ultimately competition. And I think most of us in this room here, as individual consumers ourselves, believe in competition that results in the best outcome for everyone. And that's what this bill aims to achieve, is to put more competition back in the ticket marketplace. Again, technology has amplified primary ticket providers' ability to engage in anti-consumer, anti-competitive practices. About 90% of all tickets sold today use technology that empowers the primary ticket providers rather than consumers. So what does House Bill 398 aim to achieve? House Bill 398 shifts the power from the venues, the artists, the teams, the primary ticket sellers to us, the consumer who's buying the tickets. You know, it's interesting. All of us have had time now, post-session, about 6 months, and it's crazy to think we're about ready to go back in again. But I know a number of you have done town halls, community sessions, listening sessions, things like that. I've done the same in my community. And, you know, I do my best to, as representatives, our job is to listen. And so at my town halls, I just ask questions, and I sit back and I listen to what my constituents want to tell me. And one of the basic questions I've asked is twofold. Number one, do you all believe you own the ticket when you buy the ticket? And everyone raised their hand. Yeah, of course well, you know, they're surprised to learn that in most cases you're buying a license to attend an event, and you don't actually physically have anything that you own. And number two, you ask them, well, hey, do you think you ought to be able to own a ticket when you buy it and be able to resell it on whatever platform you choose? And again, 90% plus raise their hand, yes. Now, I know there was a survey that was done, and you know, you can kind of argue if it's sponsored by one group or the other, but you know, the data backs up what we're hearing anecdotally. And I would submit to you what you would hear in your own district anecdotally. Most of our constituents would say, yes, this makes basic sense. And, you know, the issue is consumers don't realize what's happening to them right now. You know, that more and more with the use of technology, they're getting constrained as to where they can buy and sell their tickets. So House Bill 398, again, a simple bill, protects consumers by ensuring the tickets they purchase are free to be resold and transferred at your own discretion. It prohibits ticket issuers from penalizing consumers who choose to transfer or resell a ticket or purchase a ticket on the secondary market. What I like about House 398 is if you flip to page 2, it actually offers some protections to the ticket issuers and providing a number of provisions of what the ticket issuer may or may not be able to do to limit the resale of tickets. Since the original presentation of the bill, there's been a number of issues, and I appreciate all those who've reached out to me. One of them is around speculative ticket buying and selling, or primarily speculative ticket selling. And you'll see, I think you have on your desk here something about that. And I think it may be prudent of this committee to include language as such, because I think we don't want folks selling tickets they don't have. And so I think it may be wise of this committee to consider language that says if you're selling a ticket that you don't physically have, that has to be disclosed and be transparent to the consumer. And that's really what we're aiming to achieve here is transparency to the consumer of what you do and do not own and what you do and can and cannot sell. So I think that would be a wise something to consider on this committee. There's also been some issues brought up to me in regards to fees and revoking of tickets and things like that. And I know some folks have some stories they're going to come up and testify to. But with that, I'll end my testimony and, Mr. Chairman, take questions if you'd like.
Hey, number 22, who would that be? I'm shocked to hear that you'd be the first one up, Brother Williams.
This has to do with hair. I don't know.
Well, you got yours swung pretty good this morning. I wanted to talk about your barber, but in all seriousness, I've listened, and I don't know a whole lot about your bill. I've heard a lot of different interpretations. Never spoke to you about it, so I don't. The gist of it, but my question is this. I've been following the Google piece, and the numbers are kind of in reverse. 100% of the competitors of Google want to dismantle them. 90% of the consumers say leave them alone because it's working. Now, my thing is, I'm going to have to see, is it working overall, or is this a big problem? I'm old school. I knew a couple of folk when I had my ticket in my hand. I could count on about the third row giving me a good return on my investment, and I'd go home and watch it on television. But I don't see what are. I know you said your groups raised their hands, but how many people, other than the people who want to get in the market, are really against this? And by the way, I'm going to ask the question Saturday morning. I have a town hall meeting every Saturday for 14 years, every first Saturday, so I hadn't missed. And I'm going to ask the question. But tell me, what's the correlation here? What's the problem?
Well, first off, that's why you've been elected so many years in a row. Every Saturday, good for you. Kudos to you. Al, you bring up a great Reverend Williams. Representative Williams, you bring up an excellent point. There are big interests on both sides of this issue, and you'll hear from them. No offense to my friends behind me. I don't care about the interests on either side. I care about the consumer, and that's what this bill is aiming to help. Because you're right, there's going to be folks that are going to be battling on every single side. I don't work for any of them. I work for my constituents, and I want my constituents at the end of the day to have a ticket they can sell on any platform they choose. And that's my North Star. That's my guiding what I'm trying to accomplish on this bill. And you're right, there's folks, there's Google and Microsoft on either side trying to battle to get their way to have government give them advantage in this situation. The only person I want to have an advantage is Georgia consumers when they're buying tickets.
Number 12 over there.
Oh, thank you. Back to what you were saying. Good Lord, that's a little loud. You said that you believe that somebody that buys a ticket will have the opportunity to sell it. So if I buy something at Walmart, I should be able to sell it, correct?
I mean, if you buy something at Walmart, you own it. You can do whatever you want. I mean,
Okay. So I bought it at Walmart, so that's where I bought it from. So do you have a problem with if one company is be the only person that once person buys that ticket from that company, then they can resell it on any platform that they want to. Do you have a problem with that?
Yeah, I want them to own a product that they can, once their hard-earned dollars are spent on something, I want them to be able to resell it wherever they want.
So, but I think that's the problem that the consumers are getting ripped off on. If Mercedes-Benz putting on a show, and I want to go straight to Mercedes-Benz and buy the tickets, but whenever I get online to try to buy the tickets, I can't because another company has bought up a bunch of them. So I have to go to that secondary market, even though I can't even go to the direct one because all the tickets are bought up already, allegedly bought up. They're sitting in a bot thing over there. That's the problem that I think everybody's got is somebody snatching those tickets. So you're not even buying them directly from where you're going. You're having to buy them through a secondary market. Well, secondary or to be the second person that gets to it. So if I buy it from Ticketmaster or whoever, they own the show, and I buy it from them, then yes, you can sell it on there now. You can go on the secondary market. Is that right?
So again, my objective by inserting competition into the ticket market, ideally we're saving consumers, our constituents, money. If you have one provider, a Live Nation, a ticket, who can set whatever price they want regardless of the market, consumers lose out. What's going to drive competition drives down prices. And so if you unfettered put tickets out wherever folks can buy them, the market's going to set a price wherever it wants. And ultimately it's going to be, again, if you have one entity, and it's been shown over and over and over, if you have one monopolistic entity establishing price, hosting the event, selling the ticket, controlling the resale, that ultimately the consumer loses out, prices go up.
Can I follow this up? But if I own the venue and I'm putting on the show and I'm risking all the money and I'm putting that ticket out there, then that ticket can be bought from me, right? Mm-hmm. But the problem is the ticket can't be bought from me because you got another entity that has no interest, no money wise tied up in it at all, that's grabbing those tickets, and I'm having to buy it from them at an inflated rate. Is that, you see where I'm going?
I do. So if I'm a business owner and I put on, say the Fox Theater, I sell tickets. I know my profit and loss. I know what I need to sell the ticket at. I sell the original ticket to make a profit. After that point, I ought to be agnostic as to where the market goes after that, because I've locked in my profit on selling the tickets for the event.
But what you're wanting to control, the main, you're wanting to control the primary and the secondary market.
I don't want to control anything. I just want to say you buy a ticket, you own it, you sell it wherever you want.
But you don't own it. You're buying everybody understands that they're buying. I mean, I know everybody thinks that you own the ticket, but you're not. Just like when you get on an airplane, I don't own that seat. They can kick me off of it. Not that I have been. They can kick me off of there and keep my money because I bought a ticket. If I'm on a bus after I got kicked off of that plane, I can get kicked off of that bus. They keep my money even though I got a ticket. So we've been around and around this thing 100 times. Every time we get done, you tell me you're quitting, you're done, you don't want no more. But here we are again. But I'm all for the consumer, but I think everybody's getting misread on what's going on. You take a Taylor Swift concert that they're selling the tickets at Mercedes-Benz Stadium and the face value is $500. Somebody would have to pay $500 for it. That's an individual, you, me. Then if I want to sell it, then I can on the secondary market. But that's not what's happening at all. That's the reason everybody can't find tickets is because there's one group or several groups. It's all part of one that's snatching them up, and they're saying they're all gone. So you got to go through them to buy them, and that's where the problem lies. Is the consumer should be the first person to be able to grab that ticket. Then if they want to sell it, go through a secondary market. And I think everybody's missing what's really going on. Because I've done a whole lot of digging. I got more paperwork here that I can impress y'all with and court cases. And there's already been a court case decided. There's already a precedent set from a California judge, a Supreme Court judge, that says that the primary and secondary is two entities, two separate things. They're not the same. Because one of them tried to sue for exactly what you're saying on antitrust law, and she said you can't do that. That's two separate entities. But that's where the consumer's getting worked over at. Is the exact people that's here wanting to change this is who's screwing y'all over.
And we talked about bots and kind of that mass bot, and that is illegal. And we can strengthen language in regards to bots if we'd like to do that. Those folks that are buying large portions of tickets, that their job is not to hold those. Ultimately they need to turn a profit, so they're putting those back out into the market.
I didn't inflate the price before the primary person's even able to get a hold of them.
I mean, I can't speak to that, but I'll talk to the Delta lobbyist in regards to your other issue. Yeah.
Thank you. I'd like to get off that no-flight list.
Anything else, Mr. Ridley? I can tell this is going to be a lively day when you start quoting court cases out of California. And I know that you have been up several nights studying this, and nobody has hand-fed you this information.
Mr. Chairman, you just wait, because it's got I got one article here that talks really fond of you. And some of your southern quotes that you made in one of the meetings.
Yeah, well, there you go. Ms. Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand the problem. I've bought a lot of tickets over the last years, and I've spent way too much for them, unless I was right there when it went on sale and I can get the very first tickets. What I was confused about when we were in session and we heard this bill, the artists were overwhelmingly against this. Why is that?
I have no idea, to be honest with you. I mean,
Okay.
because if I'm an artist, I sell a ticket at a price, I get revenue. From there, I think the artists, from what I understood from some of the testimony, and we've got artists here who will speak to the issue, I think they're interested in the subsequent resale and making money off of that, which that argument doesn't hold water with me. I think if you're a business, aka an artist, you sell a ticket, you make a profit. I mean, maybe there's some I think there's some frustration that they're saying, "Hey, I sold my ticket for $500, it's now trading at $1,000." Well, that tells me you sold your original ticket at the wrong price.
I would like to hear from the artists, because I'd like to understand where they're coming from. Because if I remember correctly, we had the drummer from the Rolling Stones who called in adamantly against this. So I need to understand that one more.
Again, that was the highlight of my legislative career, having Rolling Stones testify against.
All right. Certainly.
This is exactly the reason that they're adamantly against it, because I had one to break it down into terms that I could understand with some crayons. So what's happening is this: you go to, if I'm an artist and I want to go to a venue, I'm basically renting that venue, and I'm having to provide the food, merchandise, all that stuff. So he says what's happening is he did a show in Ohio. They went on sale, just like I'm talking about. It says all the tickets are bought up, all this stuff. Well, he's already starting to plan how much food do I need to have, all that stuff. About 12 to 8 hours before the show goes on, now they've been on sale for 2 weeks. About 8 to 12 hours before the show goes on, all of a sudden they dump all the tickets that they didn't sell. So now everybody's already got online. They've seen that there's no tickets or they're too expensive or something like that. Well, it's the last minute, they're all dumped. So now he's got all the money tied up and all the food and all that stuff, and don't have the ticket sales to cover it. So you end up losing your hind end really quick. So and they do figure out what they hope to get. But at the end of the day, if you don't have the people there to buy the tickets, then you don't have the profit margin, because you've overcompensated because you thought you did, because the bots are buying up the tickets. So they're getting a false deal about it.
Yeah, I would submit the solution to that, though, is not going to one single provider for the hosting the event, the selling the ticket, and the resale of the ticket. I don't think that what we currently have solves that issue.
So if they buy up all the tickets, they don't get paid for all those tickets that they
No,
bought?
because what they're doing is just putting them in the cart.
And they're
So it's looking like they're sold. So then you've got all these tickets that you think that you've got sold. So you order all your food, drinks, all that stuff for that many people, and then they dump them. And now you got all these tickets, and you trying to sell them for discount prices, even just to try to make something off of them, but you can't.
But when I buy a ticket and I put it in my cart, you got 20 minutes to check out.
That's right.
And that doesn't cure that?
No, because it's revolving all the time.
Oh,
And these people that say they're against them, I got articles right here that's showing that they actually own the bots.
okay, gotcha.
It's gets to be a mighty scary thought whenever Jason Ridley is leading the debate so far.
Hooked on phonics worked for me.
You know, I heard what you said, and this goes back to some of my experiences with ticket brokering 25 years ago. And, you know, back in those days, we even suspected, because there wasn't but one reseller, and that was Ticketmaster at that time. But, you know, I'm a little bit confused, and I think this is what confused me again, was that the technology has changed. I never heard of a bot. I mean, I thought that was what I slurred when I finished the drink. But if a venue operator, sports team or otherwise, they're going to have an event, they put their tickets out there. Well, then they get to dealing with secondary marketplace folks. They sell them themselves, is what I understand. And somebody's going to have to correct me if I'm wrong on that. But it looks to me like the venue operator, they got the first sale. And this botting stuff, when somebody gets online that knows this technology, I guess I need to address this to Representative Carpenter. But on this botting stuff, when they go in there and suck up all these tickets, are they not buying those tickets, or are they just putting them on reserve? When you say putting them on a cart, what do you mean putting them on a cart?
So whenever you go in to buy something, you know how I don't care what it is, you go buy something online, you put it in a cart. You put it up there for you to go check out to buy it. Like she was talking about for 20 minutes or so, you got 20 minutes discount or whatever. Well, what these bots are doing is going in there and they just keep on grabbing those same tickets about the time they run out, and they're sticking them back up in the cart. So it's looking like those seats are sold. That's the reason.
So
As soon as one opens up, you can't even get a ticket.
Venue operator, if somebody goes online to buy a ticket, should it not be first come, first serve, whoever put the credit card up there and they receive payment?
That's correct. That's
Because
correct.
to me, you just answered, if you're accurate in what you said, this has just answered the question I've got. That I know of people who have bought tickets from a secondary placement or whatever. And then when it comes time, because I guess some of these concerts, they'll buy tickets months in advance.
Mm-hmm.
So people who buy those tickets, their credit card is charged for it. And when it comes time for the venue, oh, we're sorry. The folks that we were going to get your ticket from hadn't released it yet. Well, now let me tell you something. In contract law, once there's been value given, somebody charges my credit card, then that's my ticket. And I've made preparations to go to whatever that venue is, which is a question that I've got to this whole thing. So thank you, Representative. Your
Glad to
head
help.
is shining brighter than ever. All right, number 26. Who is that?
That's me, sir. So I would, first thing I would do is challenge the fact that the people are flipping tickets in a cart for extended periods of time. I do think that occurs maybe in a short run, but over the month of 6 months before a show happens, that's not occurring. What I would also challenge you is, you know, we talk about the poor venue, but unfortunately the venues have utilized the ability to sell tickets to people, give people the rights to buy tickets to events as a way to finance their venues. So what it's called is called a personal seat license, PSL. And all the venues now across the United States to finance their project are selling an individual seat license for 30 years. It's like a mortgage on a seat in a stadium. And that gives me the right, as the owner of that license, to buy any event that happens in that stadium, first right of refusal on any event in that stadium. So there's value for the owners of the venue for that first right of refusal. So for them to them, the venue's got a hand in that, because Arthur Bank financed Mercedes-Benz with that. All the stadiums across the United States are doing it. So then to come back and say, all right, you have the right for that seat, but you can't sell it wherever you want to, it kind of gives people a bad taste in their mouth, because you didn't have a problem taking my $30,000 for the right to buy those tickets. But now all of a sudden you're going to say, sorry, you can't you can't sell these tickets. Or you can't sell it on SeatGeek, you have to sell it on Ticketmaster. Or I'm going to make it so difficult for you to sell off of Ticketmaster that you're going to use Ticketmaster. And that's what's occurring. They're not telling you you can't go to SeatGeek or SubHub or TickPick and resell your tickets. They're just making it so dang difficult to do it that you default to use Ticketmaster because they lock the ticket into their program, the Ticketmaster program. So then I can't get the ticket to the person that's buying it in another platform in an efficient manner. And that's what's occurring. They're not saying you can't go to StubHub and list your tickets. But they are making it so flippin' difficult that when you do, you're having a hard time getting it to the buyer. And that's what's occurring. And it's going to get harder and harder and harder. It's called a revolving barcode. So if we could go back to a system where I get either a paper ticket or a PDF of my ticket when I buy it, then I can upload that anywhere. And you won't have the problem of somebody not being able to find their tickets when they buy them because that PDF can be uploaded into any platform. But the problem is the barcode, the revolving barcode, can't be uplifted. It has to be transmitted through Ticketmaster. And that's the issue at hand. They're controlling the ecosystem for tickets to disseminate efficiently anywhere but Ticketmaster.
Yeah, we have one entity that can estimated controls 70 to 80% of all ticket sales in the United States. They're leveraging technology to create that friction to make it difficult on the consumer to do what they want with their product.
Case in point, and this was not a speculation. I bought a friend of mine tickets for the Auburn, Georgia game. All right, he said, I need 2 tickets to the Auburn, Georgia game. I said, all right, no problem. I'll go on TickPick, bought the tickets because they charge the least amount of fees. Then 2 days later, he said, never mind, I didn't want the tickets. We can't go. So now I'm holding 2 tickets that were bought on TickPick. All right. I go to resell them on StubHub. All right. When I go to resell them on StubHub, the originator of the ticket was SeatGeek. So now I'm going through 3 entities. And so when I go to transfer the ticket, the buyer can't find them, cancels the buy, and then I have to eat the tickets. So it's not just the buyer, because most of these second party folks like StubHub, if your tickets aren't available, they will replace them and make the person selling them pay twice as much for what they got for them to make the customer right. So usually the customer's okay. It's the guy selling them that gets screwed if the transaction doesn't happen. That's what's confusing. We have this article up here about Savannah Bananas. When a fan goes to the game, if the tickets he bought online aren't available, they'll replace them with a better ticket and give them their money back 9 times out of 10. So the platforms are making the customer whole. It's the guy that's selling them that's getting screwed. The personal guy selling them that's getting a hard time.
So what you're saying is that it seems to me like, and I think I'd said this back in the winter during the session, this whole industry has changed so much since I dealt with the ticket brokering bills back in the 90s. Because at that time, you actually got a paper ticket. And we set the parameters about how far from venues you could see to sell your ticket and such as that. But now everything is electronic. So it sounds to me like what you're saying, a simple way to cure this would be that if you have bought a ticket, it needs to be transmitted to you with by PDF. I'm sure somebody's going to discuss that.
I mean, and you and I see the same on this issue. I want to thank the people behind. I think consumers have enjoyed the technology advance. I mean, it's nice that I can just pull out my phone and I'm good and I can go into the ticket and then I don't have to print anything. I'd maybe push back on the PDF. It seems like we're taking a little step backwards. But with the advancement we've made in technology, companies are using that to advance their own bottom line and monopoly over this end. And really the crux of the bill is line 38 and 39. You may not apply a term or condition of the original sale of a ticket or through the use of technology. And I think it's that or through the use of technology that people are leveraging to prohibit our constituents from easily, smoothly reselling their own thing that they own.
I need to be sure that for everybody that's speaking today, if your lobbyist didn't sign up, I'd like to know who your lobbyist is. Mr. Ridley, who's your lobbyist? Oh, I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Oh, we're, what you were just talking about the, crap, you got me, you asked me a question and threw me off a bit.
I think Jim Beams is lobbyist.
Go back, oh, to the terms and conditions. All right, if you do that, if you wipe that terms and conditions out, does that not mean that his seats that he's paid for now is now open to being taken and resold by a secondary company and they're bought? He can't hold those seats anymore?
There's still plenty of terms and conditions. The
But
only
I thought you said it's taking off all terms and conditions.
no, I didn't say no. No, the only condition that's changing is you can't apply to the original a resale condition. There's still plenty of conditions remaining on the ticket, including conditions that we've added, lines 43 to 57.
Okay, go ahead.
Anything else, Mr. Ridley?
No, sir, thank you.
All right. Number 24.
Thank you, Representative Hilton, for being here and answering all these questions. Just real quick, I just want to clarify, and I think we're pretty much on board with this. Everybody pretty much understands we're not talking about a tangible product here that's being sold and resold, right? So it's not a widget off the counter or off the shelf of the store that we can take home and list and resell on eBay, right? This is as you said, a license to attend a venue, a privately owned venue, specifically almost like a reservation. How would you characterize the product that's being sold?
I think that's the issue right now. Is it's treated as a license, leaving the consumers feeling shorthanded that they've put out their money and really they don't have or own anything, and so that's what this bill is trying to address.
Right. And for me, it helps to kind of equate it to other types of transactional,
Sure.
the sort of thing that's in the marketplace. I mean, you mentioned earlier constraining consumers, but I mean, in all honesty, we constrain consumers on a regular basis. There's all sorts of constraints that I have when I go and purchase items. But one that comes to mind is, let's say I own a home in Blue Ridge and I list it on Airbnb. Right, I put it out there for someone to rent my home, come and stay in my home, my privately owned property. And for anybody that's ever rented anything on Airbnb, there's a host of terms and conditions that you have to agree to, right? But one thing, I'm trying to kind of equate it to this, one thing that Airbnb does not allow you to do as a purchaser or a renter of someone's private property would be to take that reservation, strip terms and conditions from it, and then resell it to somebody else to use. So I know we talk about protecting consumers as well, but we're also talking about, in a lot of cases, privately owned venues. The people that are ultimately responsible for the health, safety, and well-being of the people who come are those venue owners.
So 2 thoughts on that. Number one, the beauty is you can rent your home on VRBO, Airbnb, a number of different platforms. And so what this bill aims to address is if there was a market right now where Airbnb only allowed you to rent or owned 90% of the rental market, and you couldn't rent outside of their ecosystem, that would be an issue to you, the consumer. And yes, again, there are a number of terms and conditions that are going to stay in place with this bill. If someone's drunk, acting inappropriately, needs to be removed, that doesn't change under this bill. Very similar to, if someone's destroying your home, they're going to get kicked out under the terms and conditions. So none of that changes with this bill.
Right. But I'm just kind of bringing it full circle here. Sure. Let's say as a property owner, and again, I'm just using the Airbnb as an example.
Sure.
Because I am the owner, I can make the choice on which platform I want to go with. I could choose VRBO, I could choose Airbnb. But the one that I choose perhaps has those terms and conditions that are conducive to me in terms of renting my property. And so I'm just kind of wondering, again, there is nothing in place that I know on that sort of a platform, or let's take hotel rentals or hotel reservations, right? Whereby folks can purchase, the hotel issues reservations, right? When I check into that hotel, I have to show my ID. I have to prove that I am the person that purchased that, made that original reservation. I have to do that every time I check in. So in a way, I'm kind of drawing some similarities there. It's really no different. I'm sitting in a seat for 4 hours for a ball game. I'm staying in a hotel overnight. Ultimately, that property belongs to the property owners, and they've entered into a contract with whatever platform they're using to sell those reservations, and those terms and conditions stay intact. So I'm kind of looking at it from the property owner's point of view there.
Yeah. I mean, again, refer you back to the bill. I mean, I don't see any lines in here that cross out terms or conditions, you know.
Well, except as provided in subsection, it shall be null, void, and as against public policy to prohibit or to limit the terms and conditions of the resale of the ticket.
Of the resale of the ticket, but none of the terms and conditions of actually attending the event.
Right. I'm trying to think of when we used to have physical tickets, and I know, Mr. Chairman, you talked about that. Oftentimes, those terms and conditions, I think, they were printed on the back of the ticket, correct? I think they were. Let me ask you another question real quick, if I could. Representative Hutchinson mentioned something about the artists, and I know I did see one interviewed recently where a lot of their concern, their outrage over this had to do with reactions. It was all very fan-based, I think, in what I had heard. A lot of times they were hearing from fans that felt they had been overcharged or price gouged for tickets, and a lot of times I know that it's oftentimes fan reaction that causes a lot of these artists just kind of speak out and express concern over the process.
And I share the fans' outrage, and that's what brings us here today. Yeah, I think if you were to poll the average person, they'd say, I don't like the way the system's working right now. Everyone kind of has a story of how they've been screwed over in some way by this process. And so I think, again, we're trying to insert transparency, ease of use, remove the friction of technology that's been intentionally put in the system to...
Yeah, final question, if I may. Would you agree that the law really has not kept up with the technology? I mean, I'm wondering if we had folks here from, I don't even know who all these entities are, StubHub I think is one of them. Would they tell us that they are utilizing bots to purchase large swaths of tickets?
I mean, again, I don't think they would. I mean, again, under Georgia law, my understanding is bots are not allowed to be used.
If they were here sitting before us today and we asked them if they were utilizing bots to purchase large swaths of tickets, would they say yes or no?
That's a question you'll have to ask them. They'll be up here soon.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see, who is next? Number 19. Who is 19? Oh, Dr. Mitchell. Yes, sir.
That's a big hit there,
Try number 18. Okay, great. Representative Hilton, I understand the principle of your legislation. I'm reading in the legislation, what in this bill would prevent some entity from buying multiplicity of tickets, buying up all the tickets?
I mean, are you referring to the kind of the bot technology that's been referenced, or just individual,
Bot technology, or someone with, their AI computer program just buying up all the tickets?
Again, this is not what the bill aims to address. If the committee would like to address that issue, which it seems to be an issue, I would welcome that language.
Okay.
But that's not what this bill aims to address.
So I think that's one of the problems, and is one of the entities wish to get this addressed, because under your scenario, if this bill were to pass as is, someone could buy up all the tickets and have a monopoly on where they sell the tickets. The entities that are selling the tickets want to make certain that the average consumer can go and see the event. And if some entity is buying up all the tickets, it kind of prevents the average consumer from doing so.
So we've got two issues there. The first one is, yes, if someone came in and bought up all the tickets, currently they'd really only be able to sell them on a ticket. I mean, based on kind of the friction that's been put into the system intentionally. So that's one issue that we're trying to achieve, is we want to go platform agnostic. We want people to sell across any platform they choose. Now, the second issue is the large buying of tickets. And again, not the intent of the bill. I'm happy to address that. I think it's worthy of discussion. Because clearly it's an issue, but not something this bill aims to address.
Mm-hmm. And lastly, Mr. Chair, if I may, I create the technology to sell my tickets. Under your scenario, I should be able to use that technology that was created to sell tickets to my event and be able to sell it to anyone else.
Yes, but you shouldn't be able to leverage that technology to restrict consumer choice, corner the market, and limit consumer choice.
Yeah. And your bill addresses that?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Dr. Mitchell. Number one, my illustrious friend from downtown Atlanta.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have 3 questions or points. The first one is for the PDF. I think the kids today, they would say, what is a PDF? And so I don't know if that will actually work. I do think we have to kind of stick with the technology piece. Representative Ridley mentioned about the cart system. And normally what we do, we don't put our credit card in until after, once we're in the cart. I don't know if we can regulate how a business does the logistics of purchasing. Can we say people have to put in their credit card number to even negotiate looking for a ticket? That way, if their credit card number is already in there, once they go to the cart, they've already secured the ticket, if you will.
Yeah, again, if a private entity, ABC Inc., saw that everyone's putting stuff in their cart but they're not buying it, I think they'd be able to address that. I trust that the private sector is smart enough to realize that's a problem going on and address it. I find it hard to believe that that's happening and business is not addressing it. I mean, again, I'm happy to address that in this bill to say, but I think it's kind of beyond the reach of government to say, hey, if you got somebody with not buying stuff in the car, again, I trust my friends in the private sector that they're going to see that's an issue and solve it.
I agree. The other thing that I'm thinking about is if the artist is, let's just say the artist is the original ticket owner, they're deciding, I want to sell my rights to X, Y, and Z. Can the artist take all of this out of the equation? Because if you buy a ticket and you go through the end user goes through 3 different sellers, can the artist decide based on looking out for the customer, their fan? Can the artist say, you know what, I am selling the rights to my ticket only to X versus X can no longer do it to anyone else. So the artist makes the decision based on their fan base from the very beginning. Those are just some thoughts. Thank you, Chair.
Well, thank you, ma'am, but I do know what I'm not technologically advanced, but that thing you talked about, I still get them every now and then. So, all right, let's see. '29.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative, Chairman Carpenter referenced this Savannah Banana. I don't know if you've seen it.
Yeah.
Okay. So for our friends in the audience, it's the president at Savannah Bananas. We just put our 24 schedule, opened up the lottery list for fans. We've not sold or delivered a single ticket yet. 0, nothing. However, you can find Savannah Bananas tickets for sale on nearly every resale site for hundreds of dollars. We met thousands of fans this year who were burned by these speculative tickets, similar to shorting the stock market. These buyers are somehow able to make these listings without having the actual ticket and then attempt to pick those tickets up at a lower price so they can deliver them. So two points to make here, and I want to reference what we're saying and then what Chairman Carpenter said. So how does this bill help to address this situation that someone's constituents are bringing to the table?
Yeah. So this bill doesn't address this. Again, I would gladly add line 58 and 59 that says, speculative buying of tickets not held must be disclosed to the. Cause I think that's a very reasonable. Yeah, because that shouldn't have. You shouldn't be able to sell something you don't have yet, or that has not been issued yet.
Okay, that's perfect. So you would agree that speculative buying, as it relates to this, is not addressed in the bill?
Correct.
Okay. Chairman Carpenter's point. So I buy a ticket. I want to take my sons to a game. I go to that site. You just said, you haven't physically uploaded those tickets. You haven't physically made them available. You just listed them for sale. So you're the reseller. I'm the buyer. I put in my credit card, add them to the cart to Representative Mainer's point, I physically check out and pay for them, and section 123 seats 1 and 2 are no longer available. And I'm not asking you to speak for Chairman Carpenter, but his point, am I guaranteed to be made whole there? Is that a standard policy that exists? And based on that, I just didn't want to ask how that affects the bill.
Yeah, great question. So within the resale, I mean, based on my understanding and experience, yeah, there are penalties if you don't deliver, you know, and I'm sure you've seen that firsthand. So yeah, the private sector is kind of addressing that right now with, yeah, if you advertise it for sale, push comes to shove, you don't have it, yeah, you as the seller are getting penalized for not delivering. Now again, we can put additional civil penalties in a bill like this if we'd like.
But my question is, as a buyer, am I guaranteed equal or better tickets? And that is,
I'll rely on my.
and that's across all we're platform agnostic at that point. I'm asking out loud. And so do I have that legal protection as a buyer that no matter how bad the seller is, whether that's the venue or whoever, tickets haven't been uploaded. I don't own a tangible one, to Chairman Powell's point. Is that in law currently that I'm guaranteed to be made whole with tickets, not financially?
I don't believe it's in law. No. Again, the beauty of going to platform agnostic is you're going to have a bunch of resellers competing for you, the consumer, with more superior terms and conditions. It says, you know, it's going to strengthen the marketplace. Now, whether we address that in law, that's for the committee to decide.
Yes. Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Oh, Vice Chairman Washburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is kind of a follow-up to Chairman Dubnik, and Mr. Chairman, with your blessing, I'd like to direct the question to Representative Hilton or some much more knowledgeable members of the committee. So am I hearing this correctly, that someone can go online and basically get a free option on big, large numbers of tickets without putting up the money and buying the tickets? And this is sort of a follow-up. So that is, what number of tickets can be done that way?
So the Savannah Banana issue is, and again, I haven't seen tangible evidence, but what's being told to us is that somebody is marketing, hey, I've got 100 tickets to the Savannah Bananas, when Savannah Bananas hasn't even issued any tickets yet. And that's the speculative buying. My understanding is if you do buy, and again, I'll rely on, if you do buy 100 tickets that have been issued, yes, my understanding is you've got to put money down to purchase those.
Well, thank you. Follow-up, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
To me, there's a big difference. If you put the money down and you buy it, then
you're at
you
risk.
got it some at risk. And in my business, you know, you basically, if you can get a free option and then go out and see if you can find a buyer for a big profit, and then if you can't find one, don't close on the original transaction. That's interesting to me, because there does seem to me to be a big difference if you have bought the tickets and are taking some risk rather than that. And I realize that really doesn't have that much to do with your bill, apparently.
No.
But I was just curious about that. Any other information anybody can share with me about that?
I got just a tidbit.
I'm sorry. Go right ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. So I would tell you that what we're discussing, the whole I don't own the ticket, I'm selling a speculative ticket that I hope to buy in the future, occurs already in big events. So the Super Bowl, for instance, they haven't listed the tickets for the Super Bowl, but you can go online to a lot of platforms and find tickets to the Super Bowl today. And what they do is they sell you a ticket in a section. They give you a range of a section to buy your ticket. I think the college football playoff does the same thing. I think that's something that the big organizations support, the NFLs of the world, the Major League Baseballs of the world. I think that they go hand in hand with the people that are doing this. Not the case for Savannah Bananas, but I think you'll find that occurs already on big events, and that the Super Bowl, et cetera, are working with these organizations to do it. Is what I would challenge you.
Chairman Dubnik.
With all due respect, Mr. Chairman, I'd really like to hear from those entities and those interests to hear where they stand. No disrespect either to the author of the bill. You have an opinion, and we know what we say about opinions, but I really would like to hear from some of those. I'm sure he could turn your microphone on as well, Reverend, and
There's kids
you can
watching,
explain
yeah.
it. But Representative Hilton, whether your bill deals with speculative tickets or not, we are spending a lot of time talking about that, and that is obviously an issue. But would you not agree that the idea of a speculative ticket goes against actually owning property or owning, if you will, something? Not a reservation, but a tangible, as Chairman Powell mentioned, I'm just using it as a reference, a printed ticket,
Yeah.
a PDF.
Yeah.
I can take this. I mean, wouldn't speculative tickets in concept go against that personal property right, if you will, that personal property ownership?
I guess. Yeah. Yeah.
So, Mr. Chairman, I just really would love to hear from some of our friends who are here to be
I
with us
got a
today.
feeling you're gonna hear from more than you wanna hear from. All right?
I didn't mean that literally.
Yes, ma'am.
Before we go into listening to the audience members that are here to speak, I do want to, this might be a question for Brian potentially, but in real estate, people do speculative purchases, right? You know, they say that they're going to sell a piece of property that they actually don't have because they're anticipating they're going to sell it. And so as we navigate this conversation, what we end up deciding here, because it's we're talking about speculative purchases or not speculative purchases, will that then in turn affect what people are doing in real estate because it's speculative purchasing? I just don't know. But that is a thought that came across my mind.
Representative Hutchinson.
I just have one quick question. Are the Savannah Bananas here? Somebody from Savannah Bananas here? Because from what I understand, Savannah Bananas is like the hottest ticket in Georgia.
Oh, it's hot.
It's hot. So I want to know if it's the bots that's making this so popular, the Savannah Bananas, or.
I think it's their product. I mean,
Okay.
yeah. I mean, they put on a good Savannah Bananas. I mean, they are one of the hottest because they do a fantastic job of doing what they do, and people want a part of that, and they want to attend and see that.
I was in Savannah, and my daughter lives there, and we were driving past this stadium, and she was like, this is where the Savannah Banana plays. Never heard of Savannah Bananas. I was like, really? Savannah Bananas? She's like, no, Mom, you cannot get a ticket for Savannah Bananas. You cannot get a. So I'm curious as to
What is Savannah?
if they're just that popular, or.
In Savannah. It's in Savannah, right?
Yeah, they are popular. Okay.
They're like the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. Yeah.
All right, I don't see any other questions from the committee at this point, so we're gonna start calling up some folks. To the members, I think the members can see part of the problem we had last session. This is such a complicated issue. Who's on first, who's on third. I think of things in pretty simple terms, and, you know, I understand entertainers, I understand the venues for sports and all of that. But I also have a feeling that money might be behind a lot of this, God forbid. No. You know, I think that probably you could probably go back into the Middle Ages when Lady Godiva took her famous ride, and they were selling tickets for that.
I knew you would bring her up.
And it's whoever's got the money. So with that, Mr. Conlon, so good to see you again. You're on the list. We want to hear what you got to say. Again.
First of all, I got a haircut last week.
beg your pardon?
This is on, yeah. I got a haircut last week, so thought I'd
Would you
mention that
refer-
first.
Would you refer your barber to Mr. McDonald then?
I'll give him the name before I leave. Chandler Hayden is my lobbyist for Live Nation. Thank you. I'm Peter Conlon. I'm chairman of Live Nation Georgia. I've been promoting concerts in the state of Georgia for approximately 40 years. I know a little bit about tickets and ticketing. I miss the paper ticket. I miss the DVD. I miss the 8-track tape. But things change technologically. There's a lot of good and a lot of bad with this new system. There's been a lot of misinformation. I can speak to the artists and concerts. I'll let the sports teams speak to sports because it's a different animal. But if you're going to a show we're presenting in Mercedes Stadium, whatever restrictions on the artist tickets are coming from the artists, not from Mercedes Stadium. How many you can buy, what you can do with them. Years ago, scalpers did a pretty good job at getting all the scalping laws dropped, and they were there for a reason. They were there to protect the consumer from paying inflated tickets prices for popular artists. The problem is that when that door was open, the floodgates opened because they weren't regulated. There's no regulation on scalping. All the questions you're asking are good questions, but there's no regulation to point to. Basically, these sites can point and do anything they want. The one thing they can't do right now, the one regulation protecting the consumers, is the non-transferability clause. Majority of tickets, contrary to what you're hearing today, on any show are transferable. The ones that aren't are ones that artists have specifically said not to. Taylor Swift, a Beyonce, a Bruce Springsteen, artists who know they're very popular are now to the point of having only one thing to fall on, which is to protect the bots and the scalpers from getting the best seats by making certain areas non-transferable. Artists set the ticket prices on what they think is fair to their fan. They know they can get $5,000 for the front row at Taylor Swift. She's not going to do that to her fans. However, the scalpers are. So she's going to restrict the first 30 or 40 rows from being transferable, or even maybe her whole show from being transferable, because she doesn't want people to get gouged. The other thing is speculative ticket sales. The state of Pennsylvania just passed a law against speculative ticket buying, that you have to actually have the ticket to sell it. A lot of these sites, it's a bait and switch. They're going to tell you they got a ticket. They don't have a ticket. The Savannah Banana issue, as I hear it now, is basically a speculative issue. The tickets haven't gone out yet. They just know they're exceedingly popular, and they're going to try to tie you on a sale, and then they're going to try to buy the ticket less and then resell it to you for more. That needs to be stopped. We also need to keep where artists can continue to make tickets non-transferable. It's the only thing that's going to protect from ticket prices and the fans really being gouged by people. Also, the ticket under state law has always been a revocable license. That's basically a security issue. You have to have the right to make someone leave if you need to. It's very seldom, but you have to. If it becomes a property item, you're going to see litigation go through the roof on people suing because they were thrown out with their valid ticket versus being ejected. Also, it plays right into the transferability issue. But I can't tell you how wrong it would be to do away with this one last protection for the consumer.
Would you quote that one last protection specifically?
Yeah, I mean, this is the only regulation against brokers right now. There's no other regulations. Brokers should have to register. They should have to register with the state of Georgia. They should have to be looked at by the Attorney General. The IRS just published laws now where you're going to have to file for any income over $600 if you're a broker or scalper. People are starting to focus on it. But there's no regulation right now. Anybody can claim to be a broker, put a name on you, get on a site, and try to sell tickets you don't have. I mean, it's the Wild West. So, this law is a step backwards.
Yes, sir, Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you, Chairman. Appreciate you being here today. I would agree with you on the speculative piece. I think if you're going to resell something, you should have it. I don't disagree with that at all. I do think that if you do have it, you ought to be able to sell it wherever you want to, in the most efficient manner possible. And so I've heard, obviously we've talked about this for a few years, and you've been here to discuss it, and it's always the scalper. And so my question to you is, in your 40 years, did you ever partner with scalpers to sell tickets?
No.
Not at the end of the show? You didn't flood the streets
No.
with tickets when you had 2,000 in your pocket and you didn't know what to do with them?
No. My partner, Alex Cooley, and I, our contracts with the artists say we will not sell tickets to brokers or at a higher price than the face value. And we've never broken that.
I'm not talking about selling it at a higher price. I'm talking about dumping tickets right before the show when you realize you got 200 tickets in your pocket that
No.
haven't sold and you need to get rid of something.
Nope.
No?
It just drives down the market price. But no, we don't
Well, yeah,
compete
but I
with
mean,
ourselves.
Yeah. I'm saying though, if
never done that. Nope.
Okay.
No, we were always anti-scalping.
And then I got another question because we talk about all the time. Ticketmaster has a thing called dynamic pricing.
Right.
And so today I can look online and find a ticket and it might be $500. But if it's high demand, the next you open it up the next day, that same ticket's $600. Does that occur in the marketplace?
Yeah, it does, but that's only if it's approved by the artist. We don't do it. The artist may do that. Bruce Springsteen did that this year, which was first time. But some artists are doing that to compete with scalping. They're trying to get the price maxed so it makes it less attractive for the scalpers.
So
a lot
we
of
can
this
be
is
honest-
reactionary to scalping.
So we can be honest that it's not about the consumer. It's about maximizing profits for the promoter and for the artist, correct?
No, it's still about the consumer because those are still the consumers buying direct. It's not being bought by the bots. The bots are a big issue. I mean, it happens on every major show. And there is a law, but no one's enforcing it. So it's useless when you have a law that's not being enforced. But that was the big problem with the Taylor Swift shows. Thousands of tickets were bought up by bots, and the consumers couldn't get to them. And then they end up on the secondary site. And unfortunately, you can make a law against bots, but until somebody's enforcing it, it's not going to change anything.
Would it be feasible to ask the primary ticket seller to police the bots purchasing tickets on their site?
Well, we do. We try. After the fact, we can usually scrub a list pretty well at Ticketmaster and get rid of a lot of them, but some of them slip through the cracks. But that's the best we can do. We can't send out anti-bots patrol squads and try to find out where they are. But we do scrub lists at times because they try to pretend to be an individual when they buy tickets. So there is some way after the fact to do it. But when you're dealing with large numbers of tickets like a stadium show, it's pretty hard.
I mean, I imagine that it is pretty hard, but to complain about the bots that you being the primary ticket seller should police, and then using that as your theory to say the whole system's broken, everybody else is bots, to me seems disingenuous. I don't know. I mean, I just, we're talking about we don't want bots, but it's actually in your financial interest in the long run for bots to be around, and so that's the challenge, I think.
Not really. I don't agree with that.
With dynamic pricing, it's not?
Well, the bots aren't involved in that. Dynamic pricing is an artist thing setting up to see on certain tickets. They still restrict certain ways, and you have to actually register now in advance to do that and be found out that you're a real person on how you do that. So it's a complicated situation, but all this is being done in reaction to the secondary market.
I understand.
I mean, but it still gets back to the very simple situation here. What you're trying to do is take away the non-transferability, to focus on that issue. That is something the artist needs to maintain. That should be their call because it is their ticket. And the majority of tickets are transferable. This is an exception. It's just certain artists and certain shows. This is not done on every show everywhere. So you're basically, what the scalpers are saying here is we want to get these really good seats now that you're keeping us from getting. Knock down that wall.
All right, if I might ask a question before we move to another member. Let's talk about bots. That I don't know what in the hell I'm talking about.
I'm about where you are on them,
But let
Chairman,
me
I'm
ask you a
sorry.
question. What I had heard over here previously is that the website opens up, it's 7 o'clock in the morning, somebody's already got bots, so Representative Hutchinson, she could have everything ready to go, waiting to 7 o'clock to push that button. She's blanked out because of the bots.
Yep.
If I understand it. But what I also understood over here, I think from Representative Ridley, was that on these bots, that they put it in a cart and reserve them.
Okay, I think I know what you're saying.
So my question is, would it not solve the problem to say that if you have ordered a ticket, that has not transpired until they have paid for that ticket? What's that credit card? So if you got somebody, and I don't even know how many tickets these bots try to.
Thousands.
So you got somebody that's a computer guru working for somebody that's trying to pick up 1,000 tickets to an event. Would it not solve that question if before they could buy them, they had to actually have that credit card down there and pay for those tickets?
No, because in some shows, they'll buy them. What they do, in what Representative Ridley was saying, is that there is that period when you're going on sale with a show, the excitement's really 24 or 48 hours when a big show goes up on sale. So they'll come in and they'll tie up tickets initially to see how the sales are doing and whatever. But then if the show's going well, they're going to buy those tickets, and they're still going to end up with thousands of really good seats at face value that then they will flip and make a higher price on the secondary market. So that really wouldn't help any.
So the technology, y'all don't have the technology. If somebody comes on there and they want to buy more than a normal amount of tickets, I don't know anybody who'd buy more than 10 tickets. If
We
they're gonna
limit
take
you.
their family members.
We limit you to do that, but they'll come on saying that there are 500 or 600 people buying 10 tickets. It's not one transaction. They come in with hundreds of transactions.
You made a point just a minute ago. Nobody wants to enforce a law. That is a federal law.
Yeah, that's the problem. And you can understand everything going on in the world today. I don't see the FBI putting bots as the number one issue to stop ticket scalping. I mean, but it is against the law. And states are doing it. I know Pennsylvania just passed a law on it too. But it's enforceability is the issue on that, not the law.
Really? I would think that this is such a lucrative market that the FBI might, of course, we've seen that they certainly have got involved in stuff they ain't got no business being involved in. Some of the stuff they're taking a pass on. They took a pass, but
I wish, but
it seems to me like the anti-botting law needs to maybe be expanded, because we have seen district attorneys in this state that are having success of dealing with certain cases, and maybe we need to put an anti-botting law into effect in Georgia.
Well, they did it in Pennsylvania. They made it a state law also. It's covered by the federal law. But again, if you could get the, local district attorneys or the GBI interested in it, I think it's a major issue.
You made a mention that the state of Maryland had just passed anti-speculative
Pennsylvania.
law.
State of Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania.
Right.
And how's that working for them?
I don't know yet. It's just been passed, so I can check on it. But, I'm sure that's easier to enforce because you can go around.
Is that something that the entertainment industry and the sports teams, you're only speaking for the entertainment industry.
I think everybody would support that.
You think they would support that?
Yeah, it's not in anybody's best interest, especially the consumers, to be buying something somebody doesn't have.
That's exactly right. Would you also think that if anybody's buying a ticket online, that they ought to be able to have that ticket in hand once that credit card has been billed, that ticket needs to be transferred to them? A PDC or whatever it was.
Yeah, I think in most cases.
Nobody seems to know nothing about but me.
I think in most cases it is, yeah.
So you're saying yes?
Yeah, usually when you check out, you get your ticket.
All right.
Which is an email nowadays or a text.
Representative Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have some questions about the transferability. So so Taylor Swift says you can't transfer her tickets, right?
I believe so. I didn't do her show, but I believe so.
So does that mean it can't be resold on Ticketmaster or StubHub or?
Right.
Okay. So her tickets were not resold?
They're not supposed to be,
Okay.
but certain ones are non-transferable.
So you said Springsteen allowed transfer. Why? Why would he allow that? Versus Taylor, what's the benefit of Springsteen allowing his to be transferred versus Taylor saying?
I don't know if he allowed transfer. He was doing dynamic ticket pricing.
Oh, okay.
That was a different thing.
Okay.
He was allowing his tickets to go by market price, being set by fans who had been vetted.
Okay.
You had to go through a process to be vetted as a fan so they could keep the bots out. Taylor does the same thing too for some of her tickets.
Okay.
You have to register, and then you're checked out to make sure you're a person and not a bot.
And we've been talking about PDFs. I personally would not be in favor of PDFs because most of the tickets I bought have been for teenagers. And if I give them a PDF printout, I guarantee you 95% of the time they'll call and say, "Mom, I lost the ticket." No. I mean, online is worked much better for teenagers.
I thought a PDF was online.
You got to print it. That's what,
Yeah.
it can be printed.
Most tickets now are either emails or texts,
Yeah.
and you can transfer those. So.
Okay.
Right.
So I remember buying tickets on eBay way back. Can you do that now?
No, I mean that's secondary market. I mean it's still secondary. They had bought StubHub at some point, but that's all secondary market. And some
The best tickets I ever got were on
and
eBay.
Ticketmaster doesn't sell all the tickets. There's other tickets. There's Access. There's other ticketing operations that may have different contracts. University of Georgia has a contract with StubHub, so they have a direct thing, so that's different.
Okay.
But I'm only speaking from them being a secondary situation, and the artist sets non-transferability to protect their artists, and that's all I'm saying is that needs to stay in place.
Okay, just one follow-up question. So if the bots bought Taylor Swift and they couldn't resell it, how are people getting those tickets that the bots bought if they can't resell it?
Well, certain ones they could resell.
Okay.
Not
So it's
all
not
of
the
them.
whole show, it's
No,
just-
not all of them were restricted, but.
Like front row seats or?
Yeah, I'm sure she had sections. Like I said, I didn't do that show.
Mm-hmm.
But most of the artists restrict sections, the best sections. And that's what this law is about. They want to get a hold of those best sections because that's where the real money is.
Like for the fan experiences? And
Yeah, well, they want the first 20, 30 rows because that's where they can really gouge the consumer. Just having them on the side, they can make some money, maybe $500. But if they get those first 20 rows, they can add $2,000, $3,000 on the ticket.
Mm-hmm. Yes, they can.
And that's what this law is about.
All right. Done? Ms. Maynard.
Thank you, Chair. I like what you said about at the end of the day, this is the artist's ticket.
Right.
And so the entertainment attorneys need to be advising the artist on the best way to maximize their product. And if that is being non-transferable or transferable, it seems like a lot of the issues would be solved if the artist just from the very beginning decides what they want to do. But my question is, with the bots and them not being enforced, and I hate to do another reference to real estate, but when people are buying things, do we know if they are domestic or international entities that are the bots, if you will?
There are international entities using bots, yeah. It just differs, but there are other countries the bots are in, Russia, different places. The bots are not just in the U.S. These scalpers have relationships around the world where it's easier to do it, The artist's intent on setting a ticket price, and even their managers butt heads with them sometimes, is they're very fan-oriented. They know that now it's a new world on ticket pricing, You know, it used to be Bruce Springsteen wouldn't do a ticket over $75, but then when he sees what prices are going in the world, he realizes he's behind the times and other artists are. So they try to come up with what they think is a fair market value for their fans, and they want to set it. And they are the ones who make that final decision, the artist. They get advice from people, but the artist will say, no, this is what we're selling my ticket for. They don't like to see someone else benefiting by that. And they're trying to protect the fans, and that's why they make tickets non-transferable for the best seats, because they've set that P1 price one level, and they don't want it busted.
Follow-up question, if I can. Do you think that the federal government is not enforcing the law because of the international piece?
No, I just think it's not a priority. And I don't think anyone's made it a priority. But I couldn't answer that other than thinking it's not a priority. And you know, it's hard given today's world and everything going on to say, gee, you know, let's go after these scalpers. So.
Would it help at all if we said, you know, as we're revising the law and thinking about different things, would it help if we said foreign entities cannot be a part of the resale market? Would that help at all?
It wouldn't hurt, but I don't know if you could really find all that out. You know, I don't know. Ticketmaster could answer for you better than me, but you know, anything to, you know, like I said, maybe more sweeping regulatory laws on scalpers. Like I said, there aren't any now. You don't even know if they're real entities selling tickets. I deal with a lot of counterfeit tickets that come through which people thought were legit. They bought on a site, and then they got them and they show up and it's not a good ticket. I mean, they're not licensed, they're not registered. You could start a site tomorrow and start saying you're selling tickets to something. So it's like I said, it's the Wild West. Thank you.
Let me ask a question. You was talking about the Taylor Swift. I'm quite a fan of Taylor Swift, even though I'll never meet her.
I
and
knew
that's probably her advantage.
I knew that,
But
Chairman.
what did the tickets to her concert sell for?
You know, I didn't price it. I can't tell you what the top ticket price were. I'm sorry. I didn't do that show. I know that the resales were exorbitant in a lot of places, and she wasn't happy about it. But I don't know what her top ticket price was. I'm sorry.
So, if a venue is going to sell tickets, and they sell and they put them out there, the bigger problem that you see are the people doing the botting and the mass buyers.
That's the problem, is the scalpers and the brokers. The venue in a concert situation is only selling according to what directions they've been given by the artist on restrictions, whether you can buy 10 tickets, here's the price. It's all set by the artist, not the venue.
So if that artist sets a 10-ticket cap,
Right.
when the bots get in there, can y'all stop them from anybody from buying more than 10 tickets?
Yeah. The
can.
system will stop them at 10, yeah. But you don't know if it's a real person or a bot. That takes a while. You have to scrub the lists, and that takes a couple days to go through and try to scrub. And you don't catch them all, but you can usually get some.
You know, there's so many movable pieces to this. You know, I've always said my first concern is that I think that me as an individual, I ought to be able to sell a ticket if I've got a ticket to an event and I can't go to.
And you can in the majority of times.
That's correct. I do have a concern about this because, believe it or not, I've got a concern for the artist that is eroding their venues.
Yeah.
Now, that being said, I wonder how much of this, and I'm going to try to get to more of this, but in the case of the venue operators and all, it's because it's all about money. How many of them are artificially creating a situation so that there's tickets that are driving the prices up for this? I mean, and I know that's kind of a planted question.
Yeah, some venues.
But I've always wondered, you know, to me it ought to be quite simple that if a venue has tickets, they put those tickets out there at X number of price. Once they're sold, they shouldn't worry about it, except for the case like the Taylor Swift. We want to be sure it's their fan base that's getting the tickets. But You know, it's like the Braves. The Braves, they sell their tickets. They use Ticketmaster.
Yes.
They use, I think we heard last year, they were using StubHub and everybody else. You know, is that to inflate the price that they get more of a profit? And I'm not picking on the Braves, Earl, back there by any means, because Holly would beat me around the head and shoulders if I did. But
Well, they're dealing with something that exists. They realize that StubHub's going to be selling tickets, and they would rather sell them than let StubHub get them through another means and make the money themselves. So I can
venue
understand them.
operators don't use StubHub.
I'm sorry?
They don't use StubHub, venue operators.
Some do, I think, probably, but artists won't allow them to. My artists don't allow scalping or brokers. It's in their contract. So we don't allow venues to honor any deals they have with brokers.
So at what point does your business and the entertainers, at what point do they call somebody a scalper as opposed to a reseller, a legitimate reseller of their personal tickets?
Well, I don't know if there's anybody who they're licensing to resell their tickets other than them when they're selling them. So anybody would be a scalper.
$22, who is that? Dr. Williams.
Very closely. Thank you for being here. I'm
Sure.
thinking about becoming a broker after I hear about all this money. But I was thinking, and I long, like you, sir, for the old days. My first concert was James Brown at Selden Park in Brunswick, Georgia. Cost me $3.75. And I bought as many as I could afford at the window. Paper handed, paper used. But I digress. If you're having the problems I'm hearing all over, necessity for this bill and everything else, what happens to your business when AI gets in full bloom?
I can't answer that question. That's for someone who's a lot more involved with AI than I would be. I just heard this morning on the news that the government just issued some regulations on AI. It just came out today. So I think they're focusing on it. I think it's going to affect all of us and everything we do. Mm-hmm. Especially I think politics to a great extent. But I don't have the experience to really say that it probably wouldn't help.
I think that's a fair assessment.
Any other questions from any of the committees, Mr. Conley? Are you going to be around in case they have some backup secondary questions for you?
Sure.
Thank
I'll
you
stick around.
Thank you so much, Peter.
You're welcome, Chair.
All right. Marla. Well, have we got a Marla in here? Yeah, we do. And I'm sorry I can't read your last name. Shazma? Sharma, all right. Beg your pardon? Really? So, you know what my daddy would have said? Somebody got more damn money than they got sense.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, committee members. My name is Mala Sharma. I'm here on behalf of Georgia Music Partners, and we are a state nonprofit that advocates on behalf of the music industry here in Georgia. That includes the 24,000 plus people that make their living off the live industry here in Georgia. That's the performing arts venues, a lot of the independent venues. So like Peter Conlon, I'm only going to speak on the live entertainment side, not the sporting side. Really, our members are more of the independent and smaller venues and clubs in your districts, and the artists that are not quite the Taylor Swifts, but the ones that are the working musicians that are hoping to reach that level one day. And so with a lot of those artists, it's about building a long-term career for them. And you know, we're kind of we're the small guy in this picture. So you've got the Ticketmasters and the Live Nations with the bigger venues, and then you've got this massive secondary market that is about a $6 billion industry, the StubHubs, the SeatGeeks, that are pushing for this legislation. And our members really want to understand the purpose of this bill, because this is not helping consumers. This bill is only helping the secondary market get their hands on more tickets so that they can raise more money and sell more tickets at a higher cost that ultimately hurts the consumers further. What we're for is transparency in the ticketing market. We're for honesty in the ticketing market. I think if we want to do something that helps consumers and actually grows the industry and maintains and creates and retains the jobs in this industry, what you guys have been talking about here is banning speculative tickets. That's first and foremost what we should, I think we all agree that that's something that needs to be done. And I think it's hard, I think Peter Conlon is right, trying to get our heads around how to stop these bots. They're one step ahead of us. These are many of them are offshore huge ticketing enterprise. We're not gonna be able to stop them. What we can do is we can say, you know what? You can resell your ticket. You bought this ticket, we want you to resell it. Let's cap how much they can make on that. If you buy a ticket and you can't make it, you buy 4 tickets, you can't make it. No problem. You can sell it. Sell it to anyone. Just cap the amount that they can sell over that ticket. If the bots and these brokering companies aren't making $6 billion off the consumers and off the artists, they're going to go find another industry to gouge. And we're fine with that. So that's, to us, plain and simple, let's stop the deceptive ticketing practices. Another issue that we have is if you go to buy a ticket, the consumer wants to buy a ticket to a hot show, it's called SEO optimization. So you put in that you want to go see Luke Bryan. You're thinking you're buying Luke Bryan tickets directly from the venue, and it's actually, you're going to, the first one that pops up is a ticket broker that is selling that ticket. Even if you could still buy the ticket at face value directly through the consumer, you don't know that. You're clicking on a site that's already charging you the markup that the ticket brokers have put on there. So that's another issue. If we want to protect the consumers, let's make it clear that they cannot use the artist's IP when they're selling that, or the venues, or the brands that are actually the ones that are investing in these performances, right? So it's the artists that have they're renting the space. It's their art that's created. It's their intellectual property. But these ticketing brokers are using that in order to try to sell. And really, it's a deceitful practice, because you think you're buying the ticket directly from the place that's selling it, but you're kind of being rerouted directly to them. So that's all I really want to say, and I will yield for any questions. I do want to say that those seat licenses don't apply in music venues or any of our smaller things. Those are the bigger sports things.
Jason Ridley speaking. If I might ask a question now, when you talk about scalpers or ticket brokers, who do you talk about? Are you talking about Ticket Hub or StickUp, or?
I'm talking about so any of the platforms that allow large-scale predatory ticket sales. I would lump anyone that does that. Now, to me, it's happening. It's kind of happening across the board, and one of the ways that the artists kind of try to reel that in is by keeping some of their tickets to where, as Peter said, they're non-transferable, but you can transfer them within but at face value. So if you can't go and you purchase that Taylor Swift ticket or a Pearl Jam or a Luke Bryan ticket and it's non-transferable, they allow that to be transferred at face value within their fan club. So, you know.
And did they put an extra surcharge on that?
They do not.
They do not.
Not that I'm aware of. I'm not in ticketing. There are people speaking from ticketing that can answer that, but as far as I know, that is not.
So when you talk about the ticket scalpers, you're talking about what these companies that we keep hearing their names.
I'm talking, it's hard to know who they are, but I will tell you that the secondary market, they basically hide behind the front that they're just the broker. They are the platform that allows these people to sell their tickets on it. Now, there are some people, look, I've got no problem with people buying and selling one or two tickets on a personal basis. It's the ones that are doing it, in mass, and they're the ones that are buying it up. And we don't know, are they, they're making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year off of resale. Are they registered with the state? Are they paying state taxes on that revenue that they're making off of the sales here? We don't know. We don't know who they are. We don't know where they, where their home bases are. These are the things that I feel like if we regulated would make it a safer and more honest process that would ultimately help the consumers.
All right. Number 18.
Good afternoon,
Well,
Mr.
good
Chairman.
afternoon, ma'am. So good to see you.
Thank you. I have a comment and then I have a question, and my question may be more directed to Representative. My comment is, I'm glad that you brought up the predatory ticket sales and deceptive ticket sales, because I have been victimized by that. I've experienced that. So perhaps when we move toward regulation, there may be something to disclose, that the ticket sales people will have to disclose who and what they are. My other question is, we've been talking about transferable tickets. My question is, Representative, does that include, for example, if my son bought a ticket, he couldn't attend a concert, and he wanted to gift his lovely mom with a ticket, no money is being exchanged, but the ticket has to change to my name. How does that work? Are we talking about that type of transfer? Is that type of transferring allowed? Or is it just when monies are exchanged?
It's a great question. My understanding is that it's not. Well, it is, but it's difficult. But if I might, it's interesting. The first two speakers have gotten up and said, if we just had more regulation, the consumer would be protected. I've never, in my experience, found that more regulation equals better outcome for consumers. Well, don't tell Chairman that. I mean, as a free market guy. I mean, a lot of these people, the consumers, are getting access to tickets because they're on multiple platforms. If they're only on one, you're not getting access to that. So, I mean, what I'm trying to accomplish is a free market where price equals demands. There's this assumption that consumers are getting gouged. If you want to go to Taylor Swift and you're willing to pay that money, great, do that. But if it's only on one system, you're getting gouged because one system is going to result in higher prices. Spread across multiple platforms is going to drive down the price for consumers. It's better. It's just common sense. So, again, if I am all for adding to this bill anti-bots, anti-speculative buying, but I'm also for, if that 14-year-old girl wants to go to Taylor Swift and it's only on one platform and she can't get access to those tickets, that's a problem, and that's what we're trying to solve here.
Mr. Chairman, may I respond? Just a follow-up response, going back to the consumer protection, and in my opinion, you made an assumption that the consumer knows about all of these different platforms. But in my experience, I just went online to get a ticket to see whoever, and went back the next day and saw something different. And then as I continued to maybe research that, I happened to have come to the conclusion that there were different types of venues selling these tickets. To a consumer who may not know anything about that and just want to buy a ticket, and just goes online, and the first thing that pops up, they buy the ticket. So we cannot assume that the consumer knows that these different types of venues, ticket sales venues exist. That's all I want to say.
But I trust you, the consumer, to do your homework and research. I know when I'm buying anything, I typically go to one or two different sites to compare prices. I think we're kind of, consumers are doing their homework,
I don't want to debate that with you, Representative. We can have that offline.
Yeah.
I come from an industry where we are in business to protect the consumer, and we don't make any assumptions on what level of understanding or intelligence or research that the consumer picks. Our job is to just make sure that we have protected the consumer as best we can, and they are different. You may be one type of educated consumer, and other consumers may not be as educated. That's my point. So we can have that conversation all the time. But thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
I don't think I got my question answered as to whether we could transfer among family members if there's no monies being exchanged. Was that answered?
Yeah, I'll
That
go.
you
go ahead.
can with no money being okay. Thank you.
I certainly appreciate what you're saying about looking after the consumer. But I want to ask the question, who are we looking after them from? Are we looking after them from the venues or the sellers or the poor schmuck that buys tickets and he's trying to get rid of his tickets, Schmuck didn't come from North Georgia. I learned that from some of my folks from New York. All right. Let's see. Number 24.
That's me. Two quick questions, if I may. One for the representative, and also thank you for being here today. I do appreciate it. You mentioned the deceptive nature of where these tickets are sold in the SEO and the websites that are appearing top in the search results, and that's absolutely true, and that's happened to me as well. I think we've had a couple of folks here that have been victim to something of that nature. I don't know. For me, I find typically what I do now is I go straight to the venue's website, or often I can find a link to the legitimate ticket purchasing option. So I absolutely agree with you that it needs to be addressed. And then, Representative, if I may, I just, and this just may be I was a high school economics teacher for years, so I did just kind of want to touch base on something you said a moment ago. Whereas by distributing tickets among these multiple platforms, allowing kind of free reign, I do understand the free market concept. However, I would argue I have never seen a situation like that where ticket prices, as you approach the event date, go down. On the contrary, the main instigator of price there would be supply. It's a simple supply and demand issue. So the more platforms you have snatching up those tickets, you are diminishing your supply, right, of available legitimate tickets through that venue. Therefore, that's how they're able to make a profit. So I just was trying to understand what you were saying by having these multiple ticket options, that is somehow driving down the price of the event tickets.
Anytime we have a monopoly, which is essentially what we've got right now, with one entity in the United States selling 70-80% of the tickets in the United States, that's a monopoly. And anytime there's a monopoly, it drives up price. And so by allowing easier transferability, you're going to drive down the price. Or you're not going to drive down the price. The price is going to match the demand, which is what we're really aiming for here. If there's a hot ticket at Taylor Swift, yeah, that's going to command $10,000. If the act's no good and no one wants to go, the price is going to go down. But the beauty is we remove the friction from that economy and allow price to float with demand.
Okay, but you seem to indicate that was actually helping consumers, that it was driving down the price.
Yes,
and I would
because
argue, much in the same way that we heard earlier that the artist will sometimes reserve the first 30 rows. That is for the purpose of protecting those fans, right, and protecting those prices against price gouging. So I guess that's what I'm trying to understand with the multiple platforms, right, competing and snatching up the tickets. You're diminishing the supply of available tickets, right? There's a finite number of tickets in any venue. You have all these different multiple platforms that are buying up those by bots or whatever way they're doing them. You now have a limited supply available. That's how they're able to charge the prices that they are. I just think it kind of, it's not necessarily a black and white supply. It is a black and white supply and demand issue, but the concept that you are allowing multiple all these multiple parties in there to snatch up the tickets and resell them is not, I do not think, resulting in a reduction in ticket prices. On the contrary, it's causing an increase.
But we talk about snatching of the tickets. I mean, the snatching of the tickets is you and I that are buying tickets, and then all of a sudden, scalper gets a bad name, right? Like, you or I are scalpers when we have a ticket and we can't attend an event. All of a sudden, we became a scalper, and the first person that testified said that we ought to look at registering or
Right, but you
regulating that
you
here in
don't deny,
Georgia.
though, that these platforms have a distinct advantage when they can go in and do exactly what we were hearing today, which is buy up thousands of, if Representative Sutchinson here wants to go and buy her ticket and she's got her finger on the button to purchase it when they go on sale at 7 a.m. and she doesn't have a chance because so many of these platforms have bought up large swaths of tickets, the individual consumer is at a distinct disadvantage there. These StubHubs and these other side groups, they're at an advantage, right? They have the technology to buy large swaths of tickets at once and then sell them for whatever they want to sell them for.
Well, I'd like to hear from our friends in the industry, but
I do want to hear, and I'll certainly be asking them as well. But I was just looking at it from an economic standpoint there and a pure supply and demand as what really is available to the average individual consumer.
Yeah, I mean, just from my experience from economics, I mean, more regulation doesn't make things cheaper. So we're trying to remove regulation, remove friction, allow for greater transferability, typically results in lower prices.
This case may be the exception.
Thank you. All right. This is really getting interesting. Mr. Ridley again.
Thank you. I'd like to kind of piggyback off Madam Representative there. I think we've seen the consumers are not in the best interest whenever you have a free market on anything. Toilet paper. During the pandemic, we had stores that had to put a limit on how much you could buy because people were buying it up to sell it to take advantage of people. The vendor, in this case, is putting tickets out there at X amount of dollars that the artist is recommending them that they want to sell them at. 5% or less of those they want to keep non-transferable for their fan base, for people that's members of whatever group NASCAR does for the veterans. So they're doing that because they want their people that's a member of their fan club, maybe, or they're a veteran, where somebody's not buying those tickets and turn around and selling them and taking advantage of them. Correct? So you keep saying that on the open market, the more people we have, the more it helps the consumer, but it doesn't whenever you got one person that's buying up majority of the tickets, driving the price up. It's called shorting the market. It's done with stock all the time. We talk about overvalued stock. We've all heard about that. But my question is this. We're talking about an industry that solely relies on consumers, or it don't go in business. I mean, it goes out of business. Why are we even here debating this when every artist, venue, team, stadium, anything you want to think of that has it in the state of Georgia has said, I don't want this. We don't need this. We're solely against it. I mean, I don't understand why we're still debating it. I do understand why we're still debating it. Because we got one industry that's going to 6 different states right now that's hired multiple lobbyists and got, when I say an umbrella of LLCs and all this stuff that's underneath them that's trying to make you think that there's an issue. The issue, I don't give a damn about the rest of them. All I care about is my state and my people. When everybody here that is invested in this state is saying, we don't want this, that it affects, why are we talking about it? What's the argument?
Well, I think you hit the nail on the head. I mean, there's large financial interests on both sides of this argument, and what makes you and I so good is we listen to our constituents, and our constituents are telling us, I want a ticket and I want to be able to do whatever I want with it in terms of reselling it. And that message is loud and clear, regardless of what our financial interests are on either side. And that's why we're here.
I don't see people lined up outside. I've never seen people lined up outside for this issue. Because the only people that's had an issue is ones that's bought non-transferable tickets and didn't know it and was going to try to make $1 off of them, and they couldn't. You say that people are making it on both sides, but the vendor is the person that's not trying to make money on it because they're trying to keep it at what the person renting out the venue, the artist, says, I don't want my tickets. I want these are the prices that I want. I don't want them sold more than that. So if I buy them directly from that person, then that's what I got to pay for them. But the secondary market's the one that's jacking the price up on them by shorting the market with a false thing that they're all gone.
I mean, I can assure you,
If
fans
I
are.
may ask a question, who do you consider the secondary market?
The secondary market would be the people that's selling the tickets, the StubHub, the Geeks, whoever that the artist is not contracted with. I mean, you heard him say that whenever I go in, I'm contracting with Ticketmaster. I'm renting their venue. I'm signing a contract with them for them to sell my tickets and not to anybody, not through anywhere else. That's who I got a contract with, and that's who I want stuff done. But then these people are coming in acting like they're somebody else and getting these tickets and selling them and driving the price up on them. And nobody's benefiting off of it except that person who has nothing but financial gain in it.
You say it's driving up the prices, but as a consumer, if the price is too high, you're not going to pay for that. You're not. I mean, they've got to set prices according to the market. You know.
What? Okay. Well, toilet paper.
Well, toilet paper, you got a supply issue. There's no supply, so the price.
But you got a supply issue here. You only got a limited number, and if I buy a majority of them, guess what happens? The rest of them goes up. Because we've got daughters, we've got sons. We all do. And listen, we won't buy tires for the car. We won't eat because they want to go, and we'll let them go. I've sat in a car before where my daughter would go because I couldn't afford the ticket to go with her. Now her mama went. Her mama didn't sit in the car.
And I'm sure.
Now that I say that out loud, that may have been a whole plan in itself.
And I'm sure that was before you were elected.
Again, with the will of the committee, I would gladly accept a friendly amendment to ban bots in Georgia.
Well, back to my original question.
Yeah.
If every sports team, every venue, everybody that's vested in this state does not want this bill, why are we talking about it?
Because they have built a monopoly in which the consumer suffers.
But if it's a monopoly, then why are people still going for less money if they buy directly from them?
For less money?
If I buy directly from Ticketmaster and I don't buy from StubHub, who's jacked the price up, I get to go for what they price the tickets at. So why they're building an industry for entertainment for our purposes. What we're trying to do is keep the people out that's jacking the price up and shorten the market, that's taking money out of hardworking Georgians' pockets that they don't have. And I can tell you right now, people ain't got money. I work blue collar as they get. They ain't got money, but they're going to do whatever their kids want them to do because we want to give that to them. And we're getting took advantage of by a bunch of people from out of town.
You finished?
Yes, sir.
All right, before we move on, I'm going to answer your question. We have 180 members of the House, and every member can put in any kind of bill they want to. That's the reason we're in here today. The reason this committee is looking at it is because Regulated Industries has a reputation that we look at things that everybody else runs from, quite frankly. Now, I will also say that instead of beating on a guy that's done his duty to put in a bill, I'm not too sure that the bill that he's put in might go around after it educates us to a certain point, if we're capable of that, of being able to deal with something that might be beneficial to the artist, to the venues, as well as to the consumer. Before last winter, I didn't even know about bots, and I have a problem with that. I have a problem with these venues that are so technologically smart that they can't control that. But then I also have a concern that we've got law enforcement that apparently doesn't even look at trying to stop that type of behavior, quite frankly. So, as this process goes through, hopefully we will find something of a common ground to make this situation maybe better. I mean, I understand certainly that the artist may not want to, they might want to keep a certain level of seats for their fan base. Even God is my witness, I can't imagine who in the world would pay $10,000 for a ticket. But if that's what they want to do, that's their business. My concern is twofold. One is for these artists and, believe it or not, the sports teams. But it's also for that person who buys a ticket and they can't go, or they buy 5 tickets or 6 tickets or whatever it is for their family, and they can't make a profit. So, that's the reason we're here for this. Mr. Carpenter, quick.
Yeah, this will be quick. So we've heard a lot about supply and demand, and I would challenge you that Ticketmaster and the venues will sell me a ticket today for $500. That same ticket tomorrow, if demand is high, will be the seat right next to me could be $700. Or a week before the show, if demand sucks, it'll be $300. So to say that, you know, to give the market a bad name, supply and demand a bad name, but yet utilize that to your advantage, is not protecting the consumer. I'm sorry.
Imagine if we had in the United States one company that made 80% of the United States toilet paper. They make it. Imagine they sold 80% of the United States toilet paper, and then imagine they dictated what you did after you used the toilet paper. That's what we've got going on right now.
And part of the reason is they don't make printed tickets anymore, so you can't use those for toilet paper. All right. Dean Williams.
Took my breath that time, Chairman. You went to a new height. But, Mr. Representative, I was listening very closely to Representative Rickles, and makes an awfully good point. All of us have about the same number of people in our districts. We're supposed to. I have not gotten one call or complaint about the ticket system in Georgia. I mean, not one. And I live right outside of Savannah where there is a venue, but nobody's called. Now, you're going to always have folks that I got ripped off on a coat I bought. And I had never heard of this company, but the coat's price was right. I lost all my money. And we say it in my 20-plus years here in the legislature. We don't always do what the consumers want us to do, because the word profit, and this is not popular, but the word profit and consumer does not always meet and shake hands. So a lot of consumers that I'm trying to find, I'm not hearing about, because I'll be very honest with you, I'm very concerned about, and I hadn't made a decision on this bill, but I'm very concerned about the people who actually, that you referred to, Mr. Representative, put the deal together, bring international love to Georgia and Atlanta. I'm not good. As far as I'm concerned, we have a solution looking for a problem. I hadn't seen the problem yet because none of my constituents have said, they're killing me. But when a person puts up $10,000 to see Taylor Swift, oh, I'm not mad with them because they probably got a $10,000 pocketbook on their shoulder also. In spite of what we say about the economy and everything, I never seen so much prosperity in my life in this country, and Taylor Swift can prove it. But I'm just waiting to see what the end is, because right now, I know some issues that would have them lined up outside that door. I certainly argue for your right to introduce this bill, and it's been well vetted, and I'm learning a lot of stuff, and the more I learn, the scarier I get. Thank you.
Thank you for the excellent question. I'll tell you, you're right, we've got great constituents, but I've had none of them call me on certificate of need. I've had none of them call me on tort reform. I've had none of them call me on the movie tax credit, and yet these are big issues that we're going to be dealing with most of next session.
Oh, I need to give you my phone. I'm sorry. You missed those. I don't know who your folk are.
Just a few examples. But I'll tell you, if you ask your constituents, hey, tell me a horror story of tickets, you'll get flooded pretty quick.
Horror stories create talk.
Now let's move on. All right. Ms. Maynor.
Thank you, Chair. I have actually received calls and spoken to constituents about the ticket prices. It might be because I'm in Atlanta and a lot of people are going to the venues that are in my district. But I will say that if you're looking at the consumer, this is kind of what Representative Ridley was saying, parents will go out of their way to spend what they don't have because they are trying to be a good parent. Not saying that that's good or bad, but that's what people do, right? They want the best for their kid. They don't want their child to feel like they are left out for whatever reason. So there are some hardworking Georgians that are paying more than what they should for tickets. Now, we had another speaker earlier that said, this is to me where the conflict is. The speaker before said the artists don't want their fans to pay these absorbent costs. So they're capping their cost at a fair market value. They're trying to protect their constituents with the price, let's say $500, but the consumer is paying $800, even though they don't have it. There's a conflict between. So since there is a conflict, I'm going right back to the solution is the artists solving all what they want to do from the very beginning. They need to be in this fight saying what happens to their ticket, what happens to their fans. We shouldn't be even in the discussion. They need to decide what's going to happen.
And I would submit, if our goal is to lower the price for consumers, the solution is not saying let's have one entity in Georgia control the resale market. The solution ought to be let's have multiple options available for the consumer. If that's, I would submit to you that would drive down consumer prices rather than having one entity control the resale market.
All right.
Chairman, I forgot to tell you that Brian Hudson is our lobbyist.
Very good. Glad to hear that. Mr. Connell, let me ask you something. Live Nation used to be Ticketmaster. Do y'all do secondary ticket sales?
Yes, there's a secondary site.
So you're on the good side and the bad side then.
Well, I don't.
And I listen to these folks talk about. See, this is the thing that's so complicated to me about this whole issue.
Yeah.
This ain't 1995 when I was trying to advocate for an individual's right to transfer their ticket. Now, this is big business.
Yeah.
And according to Mr. Ridley, he's exactly right. Free enterprise, people would do anything. They'll pay for a ticket for whatever. If I was inclined to want to go to a venue, I ain't gonna go wait in a line or try to order online. I'm gonna go to somebody that can buy it. But I also put a price limit to what my taste is to go to anything. But y'all do sales. Y'all are a secondary seller as well as a primary. Y'all contract with folks like, I guess, the Braves. Y'all
No, the Braves has a contract with StubHub. Now, we sell their regular tickets, but they have a secondary sale. But on as I understand the Ticketmaster resale, it's by individuals who own the tickets to other individuals, and there's not a increased price.
And
so it's not a real secondary market.
Are the prices of these tickets when y'all resell a ticket on the secondary market, are they based on the going price, or do y'all have a certain commission?
No, as I understand it, is on those it's for individuals wanting to resell their ticket because they need to sell it, and it's done at face value. Now, I mean this not face value. Okay, the situation I've heard where they're saying that this causes competition and prices goes down is actually absurd, because all the secondary markets increase their prices tremendously, and prices go up. Nothing goes down. And what they're trying to do now is to get better tickets where they can hold those sites and those seats, locations, which are better locations for higher margin, and charge more. You're still going to be able to get the seat, if it's restricted, at the face value, which is what the artist wants. But if it hits the secondary site, it's going to be much, much more. So that's an absurd allegation to say it's going to be less. There's just no way. Prices will go up tremendously.
Thanks, Peter. All right, next up we have Mr. Greg Green. And to the committee members, I know this is a difficult subject. Sort of consolidate your thoughts. We're already at 2 hours into this. And since we're going to keep on, Representative from Dalton, whose phone went off, is supposed to be buying lunch for everybody. But if we keep going, we're not going to have time for lunch at the expense of Rep. Carpenter. Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Greg Green. I represent Masquerade Presents. We own a concert venue a couple of blocks away from here, and we're also promoters who presents shows in virtually every venue in town, from the arenas and amphitheaters to the bars and pubs. This year, we'll present over 700 live events and sell about 250,000 tickets. 2024 will also be our 35th anniversary as concert promoters and venue operators here in Atlanta. We're also founding members of NIVA, which is the National Independent Venue Association. We're the organization that formed at the beginning of the pandemic, 2,000 plus venues strong nationwide. We crafted the Shuttered Venues Operators Grant, which became known as Save Our Stages, and successfully lobbied Congress for the funding that kept the independent live music industry from being decimated. By independent, I mean that we're the mom and pops. None of our members are owned by any international conglomerates. We're your constituents, small businesses, but with large footprints. My company maintains an active email database of over 300,000 Georgia ticket buyers with whom we communicate weekly via newsletters and responding to their questions. And I can tell you that these Georgia voters hate these scalping companies. And make no mistake, that's what they are. 30 years ago, there were anti-scalping laws which didn't allow predatory scalpers from selling tickets on the street within a certain distance of a venue. Today, it's become a digital marketplace, the internet. Most fans do not understand ticketing. We've heard others say the same thing. They just don't. And the predatory sites count on that. As Mala mentioned, well, I'd like to share a common example of the way the scalpers operate. We put a show on sale this past Friday. It was announced to the public the preceding Monday, but by Tuesday, 3 days before it went on sale, there were hundreds of seats for sale across various secondary platforms. These sellers didn't have any tickets. They were just representing as such. This is called speculative ticketing. We've heard about it previously, and it should be banned. Again, it's just duping the consumer. These sellers may never actually obtain tickets, and sites like SeatGeek and StubHub are complicit in it. They encourage it, they want it, they profit from it. Same show. The tickets go on sale to the public on Friday, and by Monday, over 300 of the 1,500 available seats are for sale on the resale market. Does anyone think that these are from people who can't find a babysitter in April of 2024? It's not. These aren't individuals looking to get rid of their tickets that they can't use for whatever reason. These are companies who have gone in, bought these up, and are looking to take advantage of the consumer. We deal with the tickets are priced. These particular tickets were priced as high as $350 on a $35 face value ticket. We deal with consumer fury because of this daily, and these companies cause it. A common source of anger is caused by something else we've already heard about. These companies buying preferred placement on Google. If you search for masquerade tickets, the first 3 or so results might be masqueradeticketing.com, a fraudulent made-up site. Next might be SeatGeek. Next might be StubHub. Finally, 3 or 4 places down, you find the actual venue's site. Customers call us and they write, why are the tickets that you advertise for $35, why are you selling them for $250 or $350? They don't understand that that's not us. They don't make the distinction. They're clicking on whatever they see in front of them, and there it pops up. In closing, I want to say that we, my company, and the National Independent Venue Association support the availability of resale. If you can't go, please have an avenue to get rid of your tickets. Personally, I would support resale for face value and maybe a small amount above that to cover whatever fees might have put into it. That way, if you can't get that babysitter, and you have a chance of getting your money back. The resale companies will have none of this. They don't want to help the consumers. They want the up to 50% take of the resale value that they make from their platforms. Ask yourselves who supports scalping and resale. It's not the artists across the board whose product, performance, and livelihood are being sold. It's not the venues or promoters who are risking all the money and putting it up to present the events. It's not the fans who are confused and ripped off by these financial and artistic predators. It's only these companies. It's only the scalpers who are up here asking for this. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Questions? I think you hit a home run. Would you mind leaving your phone number and your prepared comments over here?
Not at all.
And the two previous speakers, if y'all could leave your contact information where either myself or members could get in touch with you. Thank you, Greg. Janie, and I'm sorry, another scribbled last name. D-W-Y-E-R maybe?
Yes, Dwyer.
Well, I did go through that, Jamie. All right. And who represents, you're with Fresh Ticks?
Yes, sir.
And who represents, y'all got a hired lobbyist?
No, we don't.
God, I'm surprised. All right. Go right ahead.
First, thank you for allowing us to come in today. Again, my name is Jamie Dwyer. I'm the CEO of Fresh Ticks. We are a primary ticketing company based here in Atlanta. So, in other words, a much smaller competitor to Ticketmaster. I founded the company 21 years ago here in Atlanta, and during that time we've worked with hundreds, if not thousands, of venues, teams, promoters, festivals, event organizers of all types around the state, many of which are probably in some of your districts. I don't have a long prepared statement. I understand you're looking for brevity right now, but I did want to come and at least express our stance on the bill and offer myself as another resource just to answer any questions that you have, along with Mala, Greg, and the others here. I think we'd all agree, it's pretty clear that our industry is somewhat complicated, if not confusing. So hopefully together all of us can answer these questions, give you a little more clarity so you can make an informed decision on the bill. I think, with this bill, while I think it's well intended, and certainly like any industry, there's things that we could do to improve certain aspects of our industry. We do not support this bill as it's currently worded. We don't feel that this achieves what we're going for. I think everyone here agrees that we're trying to look out for the interests of Georgia consumers, and I don't feel that this bill, as it's worded, achieves that. So I'll be here for the rest of the session. I'm happy to answer any questions, and hopefully we can get to really the bottom line is coming to the best resolution for Georgia consumers, Georgia businesses, rather than what I feel would direct a lot more revenue into the pockets of some of the national brokers as this is currently worded.
If I might ask a question, Fresh Ticks, are y'all what we call the secondary marketers?
No, we are primary. So we have direct relationships with many venues, promoters, teams.
So like Live Nation, y'all contract with the venue operators or the sports teams or the artists and all?
Well, Live Nation is a promoter of concerts, while Ticketmaster is their ticketing arm. So we're a competitor of Ticketmaster.
And y'all sell on the secondary market?
No, we are primary. So
primary market.
Brokers, when we go on sale with shows, we have the direct relationship with venues or events. When we put them on sale to the public, brokers sometimes buy those, mark them up, and then resell them on their marketplace.
Questions? Ms. Maynard?
Thank you, Chair. I think my question is kind of piggybacking on what the Chair just asked. Can you, as a primary ticket seller, can you walk us through what that looks like? What does that mean? So do you, if Taylor Swift were coming to town, does that mean you go to Taylor Swift's people and you say, hey, we want to sell your tickets? Does that mean you go to the Mercedes-Benz Stadium? You know that they have a show coming and you say, hey, we want to sell your tickets. Like, what does that mean for you being a primary seller that is not a large ticket master? And in addition to that, how are you able to, if there is a monopoly, if the ticket masters of the world have more influence than you, how are you able to get your little niche in from a Taylor Swift or a Mercedes-Benz?
Okay, yeah, there's a lot there. So, so I guess just start at kind of the high level. So if you can imagine, I mean, for every Mercedes-Benz or State Farm and large scale arena or stadium in the state, there's hundreds of other venues, clubs, performing arts buildings, other events as well, festivals, events of all types. So we compete for the contract to be the exclusive seller for those venues. Most of the ones that you're talking about now, the Taylor Swifts, those are generally working with Ticketmaster or Axis, which is AG's ticketing arm. And we compete for some of those larger ones. Most of what we work with are the smaller and mid-sized venues around the state. So, and like Ticketmaster or Axis, we have exclusive contracts with those promoters or teams or venues to be their exclusive primary seller. And then just like you've talked about when you go on sale, I mean, when shows go on sale for Taylor Swift or Savannah Bananas games, when we put those on sale, we are the official source for those. Did that answer general question?
Yes, thank you.
All right. My gosh, we've got these two down here again. Go right ahead, Mr. Carpenter.
Yeah, just a quick question. So your tickets, are they, what format are they in if I buy a primary ticket from you?
Everything has gone digital. We do, I mean, you can use printed home tickets. Many people do still print those out, but the majority are digital where they present them on their phone.
Okay, so but it's a QR code, PD, et cetera.
Yes.
So it's easily, so you don't really lock people into your ecosystem then, like per se the major competitor that we've talked about, Ticketmaster.
Yeah, correct. Right now we make it very easy, so you can pass those tickets to others very easily, whether it's friends, family, or potentially a buyer that you're selling to on a secondary market site.
Thank you very much. Appreciate what you do.
Thank you.
Jenny, Ms. Earhart, I'm sorry.
Yes. Thank you. And thank you for being here. So you kind of tailor your business is more tailored towards those mid-size and smaller venues. And I assume mid-size and smaller artists. Is it more music oriented or do you do sports?
We do all types. I mean, we've done larger events, everything up to a stadium show level concert. So we've done large scale and small. We've had professional athletics teams on our system as well. But the majority of our clients are in that smaller and mid-sized range.
Do you do some of those music festivals that my daughters dress up and go to? Those
Yes,
long
we do.
weekend Woodstock type things?
Yes, we do.
You do. You touched on it. You obviously clearly stated you're not in support of the bill in the current form, and you touched on it very briefly. Could I ask you just very quickly, as relates to your mid-size market, what do you see as the downside to consumers? Because you did mention that. Could you delve just a little bit more? What does that look like, the downside to this bill for consumers as relates to your particular niche on the market?
Well, I'd say the interesting part that I found in there was that while you're saying you'd like to have tickets available on many platforms, it's many platforms except the primary. You're forcing people to only be able to sell on secondary sites. So you're driving all of those people that need to sell their tickets and forcing them to go on those broker sites. Personally, I feel that if someone needs to resell, the best experience could be found on the primary seller's site. We can keep fees much lower for that resale, and those buyers are guaranteed to have legitimate tickets when they're buying. You eliminate speculative tickets, there's none of that. It would only be tickets that we recognize as legitimate tickets that have been purchased from us, the primary seller, that are relisted. And when you buy from the primary seller, rebuy, or when you buy a resale, you know you're getting legitimate tickets.
I got one question. Y'all the primary seller, y'all contract with the venue or the artist or whoever.
Yes, sir.
At any time, do they require y'all to hold back tickets to see if y'all can force it, or do y'all sell tickets higher for those folks than their posted price on their ticket?
Well, I mean, venues and artists, I mean, you can pretty much dictate how much inventory is released during the on sale. I've never seen, well, not that I can't think of any cases where they held any back to sell at higher prices. Usually, any pieces of parts of inventory that are carved out are for fan club members, promotional sales like that, where they want to ensure that these members have access to inventory that maybe the general public don't have access to, but those are not at inflated prices. But yes, they can control how much of the inventory is released to general public and at what prices, and they can change those prices through the life of.
The question, I think the gist of what I'm trying to ask is, and it goes back to a while ago, I'd asked a question about the Taylor Swift tickets. Somebody sent me a thing, said they went from anywhere from $49 to $500. That was a posted price on a ticket. Then I heard that some of them sold for $10,000 a ticket.
Yes, sir.
Now, I know it's about supply and demand, but I guess I'm asking, is it, are any of the entertainment venues or the artists themselves, is this another ploy to force their prices of their tickets up even higher if they're getting a cut of that?
No, I would say no to that. I mean, it's a secondary marketplace that's driving that up, and they're going to make as much money as they can on those tickets. If people are willing to pay that, it's not the majority of people attending the event, but there are people out there to whom $10,000 is like $10 is to you and I. And if they're willing to pay for tickets, then you're going to have brokers that are willing to sell it at that price.
Maybe you can explain this to me. I'm finally getting a grip about what's a primary and what's a secondary seller here. And sometimes they can be a primary and a secondary seller. Why would an artist or a venue have a primary contracted to a primary seller and then turn around and also go through a secondary seller? Wait a minute. I saw a glimmer in your eye when I asked that one now.
Well, I mean, you get into some complicated agreements there. There's a lot of reasons why I think they have agreements with the secondary sellers, and that's more common, I'd say, in the athletics space. So maybe some of the speakers that are still going to be coming up can speak better to their agreements and their thought process behind that. I mean, it can be not to increase prices, but also to set a floor to prevent the secondary market from devaluing their tickets if there's a lot of inventory out there. So there's a lot of reasons why they can have those agreements. I'd really default to some of the teams that maybe are represented here to speak specifically about their agreements.
So is there in your mind at any time can a secondary, primarily a secondary seller, become a primary seller?
Some of them have tried to get into that space. I know SeatGeek was buying a lot of business in athletics at one point, where they were also becoming the primary seller for some teams. But really, I mean, there's I guess a few other examples, like we've talked about how Ticketmaster also has a secondary arm where they allow people to come on and resell their tickets. We've had clients also asking if we're going to be developing that so we can enable their fans to resell their tickets on our market.
And would that be at an inflated price?
That would be at whatever price they're able to list those out, whatever market prices. I think if we tried to limit that, we put ourselves at a disadvantage to the secondary sites. So I think they'd want to be able to get whatever the going rate is for their tickets if they were going to actually use our marketplace. And if we tried to limit that, then they're just going to go to the broker sites anyway.
Right. Any other questions? All right, Mr. Bruce Morris. And thank you, Jamie.
Oh,
we appreciate it.
No, thank you very much.
If you don't mind, leave your contact information, if you don't mind.
Yes, sir.
And no lobbyist, that's a shock. Mr. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I'm representing Ticket Network from out of South Windsor, Connecticut. Our lobbyist is Graham Thompson. I think you recall earlier during the session we discussed this, and I'm just so glad that you put this together. We can have this discussion. I introduced myself, making aware that I was the person who moved forward the legislation in Connecticut about transferability. I retired in 2017 as Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives there in Connecticut. And this is one of the last bills that I gotten done. And it was important because someone just came to me and simply asked the question. Said, if you come to an event, you buy a ticket to an event, do you believe it's yours? I said, of course. Should you be able to do whatever you want to do with it? Give it to your mother, give it to your kids, whomever. I said, of course. It's mine. I paid for it. So what do you think about, people having tickets that have additional restrictions on them, especially we've heard a lot talked about today about technology. Tickets that where you have to use this electronic technology in order to get things done. And what do you think about maybe some of your constituents, your senior citizens that may not? I mean, I know everyone has a smartphone now, but in 2017, so what about your senior citizens and other constituents that may not have a smartphone? I said, would you think it would be problematic if they were confined to having to purchase their tickets, having to go to an event, share with family, or whatever else, and be required to have these smartphones? I said, that's not good. I said, wouldn't paper tickets be a bad idea? I said, certainly. And that's when I became aware of this issue and how complex it was. And my answers were there. I said, no, this doesn't make sense. It's my money, it's my investment. Me trying to let my family or kids go, and I'm concerned about my constituents and their ability to have the flexibility after they've used their hard-earned money to do what they want to do, to make certain that they can see the same type of entertainment as anyone else. So that's why I moved the bill forward, and now I've become more and more involved in this industry and understanding how complicated it is. And I certainly, I join you. Yeah, help get this done. Now, there's some additional issues here. For me, when I got this done, I was given to understand, I have found it to be true all the more since 2017. Transferability is like the Holy Grail. It does allow the competition that is necessary and needed in this industry. There's a vertical monopoly. I mean, when you own the venue, you own the contracts to the artists, and you're distributing the tickets, you control it all. And if no one else is allowed to compete, to be able to, you're going to sell it at whatever the market demands and what you can get. We've heard a lot of things here today, but if anything, I would add, because our Attorney General in Connecticut, we actually added, we are one of, 6-7 states that has transferability, but we added something new this year. Our AG came back and said, yep, we're all doing good, because no one has been complaining about transferability in Connecticut since we've had it in place. No one said, this is a problem. We have fake tickets. In fact, I just checked with my staff and people while I was sitting here. It says fake tickets is a non-issue. Everyone is vetted. There's no such thing as fake tickets being sold on our platforms. By the way, we do not purchase tickets. We are like StubHub and Vivid Seats and others. We are an exchange who highly regulates the brokers or the mom and pops, whoever it is that needs to get rid of a ticket and wants to sell it on our platform, which guarantees up front, you look at the website, look at ticketnetwork.com, 100% guarantee on the ticket you purchase. But again, our Attorney General actually moved to get a bill done. Why? It was about consumer protection. Because you hear the other argument from the other side, Live Nation or whatever, that, gee, you know, you're inflating prices, you're doing all these things. So let's talk about price and what makes price fair. Because I heard the woman who was representing the artists talking about transparency. We believe in that. We, quite frankly, from the secondary side, we believe that the more transparent we are, the more that helps consumers, that actually works for our business. That works for us. So what do we push for? All-in pricing. The FTC, the Federal Trade Commission in 2019 did a hearing. And one of the biggest things they were pushing for was transferability on pricing. You've got all-in pricing. You want to argue that? The biggest thing was fees. What are all these fees and these prices and how the prices get jacked up? And you talk about deceptive websites. We've heard a lot about those things. Well, guess what? You know what? They had a hearing last year. Yeah, I think it was last year or earlier this year, the federal level. And it was interesting. Primary and secondary folks, everyone agreed that what the Federal Trade Commission was asking for in 2019, that you fully become transparent with the price of a ticket in the very beginning. And the price doesn't change. So to get away from how complex this issue may sound sometimes, guess what? If everyone had, number one, the ability to buy and sell tickets on any platform that there is, and every platform that there is, and Live Nation agrees, they said, to having all-in pricing. The user consumer, you go there and you can see, StubHub, it's $40. Ticket Network, it's $45. Ticketmaster, it's $50. Or even if I reversed it, a consumer can now become that informed purchaser. You now can determine and find out that no matter what platform I go to, I don't even worry about whether it's a vertical monopoly, whatever. I want to get the cheapest price I can get for a ticket. I want to buy my ticket at a place that I know will stand behind my purchase. Speculative tickets. How many of you ever go to Uber Eats to get your food? You order from Uber Eats. So why do you do it? They provide you some type of a service. Well, sometimes with speculative tickets, informed consumers know up front, and we believe you ought to fully disclose. Where if it's a speculative ticket that you do not have it in hand, you need to fully disclose. And if that person is willing to pay that premium for that service, because that's what they're receiving as a service, why would you deny it from them? I can understand if they don't know. We don't stop Uber Eats or anyone else that provides those types of services. So I won't belabor a lot of this, but I wanted to make certain that I dispelled some of the things that have been said here today, particularly in terms of well, there's a lot. I mean, you can talk about holdbacks and bots. I mean, you've heard the arguments. Quite frankly, we've heard over and over again that bots are an issue, bots are an issue. I think I've heard from a few of the representatives here today that and I agree. If you got the technology, there's no reason why you can't stop bots from happening. The fact is, I think there's only been like maybe 2. There's been less than 5, less than a handful of actual complaints or issues that have been put forward with the Federal Trade Commission. So why would anyone want to accept the fact that you can't do anything about bots and the bots are eating it all up? The reality is Taylor Swift concert tickets were supposedly sold out immediately, but a month later you're able to go find them, and not just on the secondary market. They were slowly put out there. It's called holdbacks. We are in favor of saying, you want to help solve this problem? It's about transparency. Disclose how many actual tickets that are available on sale. And now they become transferable. You create a real market where there's, okay, you're not going to make false supply and demand issues here. The consumer now knows, hey, it's a 50,000 seat arena. There's only 10,000 tickets were available on the first day of on sale. I don't have to go rush to buy these. There's 40,000 tickets still to be put on sale. There are easy solutions, but I don't want to make this too complex. If any advice I would give would be follow along with what we did in Connecticut, the Holy Grail. It begins with ticket transferability. That creates the competition. Make certain that there's transparency. Your primaries say that they're all for all-in pricing. Secondary says they're all for all-in pricing. Those are, if you can get that done easily, you're there. I think at this point I'll leave myself open for any questions that may come forward, Mr. Chairman.
So let me ask a question now. Ticket Network, y'all aren't a secondary seller. You're not a primary seller.
We're secondary.
Y'all are actually the liaison between, I've got a ticket, I paid $100 for a ticket. I go to your website and I say, I got a $100 ticket here. I want to sell it for $100 and get my money back. Or I want to sell it for $500 because somebody else is out there crazier than I was. Is that correct?
That's correct. We are only an exchange.
Well, let's see how this is going to work. Ms. Maynard again.
I'm all for competition, and I am not for or against the bill. I'm listening to the conversation. Someone said earlier that from the very beginning, the artist goes into a contract with the vendor, if you will, and they set the price. And so if they set the price, come back to me. I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought.
God help us.
I probably might have been able to help you in the direction.
Listen to this next from Mr. Ridley.
Oh, thank you. You said that y'all just sell tickets that you have, right? Tickets that y'all don't do.
We do not purchase tickets. We are an exchange.
And Ticket Network, is that right?
Ticket Network.
So in 2019, y'all got sued by the state of New York for selling speculative tickets that were not available to tens and thousands of unwilling purchasers. Is that correct?
I'm not certain, but we've gone to court with New York.
Well, this right here looks like it's settled. Y'all settled for $1.5 million and had to adopt reforms designated to protect ticket purchasers. Said because of their dishonest practices and the companies defraud thousands of New Yorkers and dupe customers into buying millions of tickets that y'all did not have. So, are y'all in that business or not? The selling speculative tickets.
We are in the business of full disclosure.
It don't look like it, but according to this.
That case, 2019 was settled. See when the case was initially put forward.
Oh, yeah, that's what I said, 2019, yeah.
And I just don't have a lot of it off the tip of my head real quickly. But quite frankly, there was an awful lot of claims that we made backwards with the AG and some things that just were not done scrupulously. And as a matter of business, I'm sure everyone here knows, the fact that you settled doesn't mean you were guilty. Sometimes the settlement at a point is simpler to get done. It's less expensive, it's less expedient. But if you'll take a look on our website, and that's why I say we're about transparency. If you'll notice, and we pushed the bill. I wasn't the legislator. I was a legislator then, not working for Ticket Network. We pushed a bill, and it's in Connecticut statute that says you must disclose if you are a secondary reseller. So we are very much upfront. In speculative ticketing, if you've got something you're purchasing off of Ticket Network's website, we would fully disclose that it's not in hand. And if I think right now, if you look at our policy, ours is very clear. If we don't have it in hand, we don't sell it. That's our current practice.
Thank you.
Chairman Washburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Here we go. So you're an exchange, you're a broker.
We're not a broker, we're an exchange. Brokers sell their tickets on our exchange. We are not the broker.
Well, I think we're debating the terminology of broker typically here, and I happen to be a real estate broker for a long time. When I think of a broker, it is someone in the middle who is selling the product between a buyer and a seller and getting paid to do that, and not necessarily a buyer, but a broker. And we recognize, of course, that in the stock brokerage business and in the real estate brokerage business, sometimes you do buy the product, so I understand that. But I'm curious about what your fee structure is. Is it a percentage, or is it a flat fee to resell a ticket?
I wish I could give you all those answers, but I don't have them immediately. But I believe it is a percentage. I just don't want to misrepresent anything.
I understand.
Yeah. I believe it is a percentage, but I will tell you this. You go on our website, and this is the law in Connecticut just became law as of October 1. Prior to October 1, and since the Federal Trade Commission did their hearing, we'd automatically had changed our website that you were able to go to it, and there was a toggle. So you can find out immediately up front on the page what the full price was for a ticket. So we were already doing all-in pricing. You as a consumer had that. We believe in it.
One follow-up, Mr. Chairman.
And by the way, and nothing changes. Our price does not change throughout the transaction. So you know when you go to the page before you ever put your credit card number in or anything, you would fully know what your cost would be.
Okay, that was my follow-up. So ticket price is this, and the fee is this, which is added to it. Total price is
everything.
this.
Even right now, you go there, you see the price you see in the beginning is the price you'll see in the end.
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Maynard, you've collected your thoughts, I see.
Yes, thank you. What Chairman Washburn just said. So when people are purchasing tickets and they are negotiating the best deal, there is a price where one company, their fees may be cheaper, right? But the price of the ticket may be much more expensive. And so when you are going back to the original deal with the artist, they are saying, okay, we want our ticket to be $300. And if it goes to a secondary, then the secondary at that point, they're either going to say, okay, we're going to keep with this $300, but I'm just mentioning names. Seat Hub is saying our fees are going to be $50. SeatGeek may say $70, et cetera, et cetera. So in your opinion, with the competition, do you think the competition should be in who has the best fee, negotiating who has the best fee, or do you feel like the secondary people should also be able to say, you know what, even though the original price of the ticket was $300, we should be able to sell it for $500? The one last thought to this is if you have a seat license, right? The actual person with the seat license, just one individual, not a company, they can put on the Ticketmaster. They can either choose to, you know what, I want to sell my ticket for whatever the market is saying, or they can say, I don't even care what the market is saying. I want to do my ticket for $800, and I'm going to just set it at that.
So let me see if I can answer your question with a question. It goes back again to the concept of all-in pricing, because you've actually, I think you've asked the question in a wonderful way, because you have your fee structure in terms of service fees, and the President Biden all talked about junk fees because people can label things a lot of different things. Then you have the face value, and believe it or not, there's a big difference in what is the face value of a ticket. So let me go back to all-in pricing. When I talk about all-in pricing, if you're the consumer, at the end of the day, if I told you, here's the price for Ticketmaster at $50, Ticket Network $45, StubHub at $40. What matters to you most? Can I buy the ticket at $40, or the fact that Ticketmaster told me, well, for my $45, I'm charging you this much for the ticket and this much for the fee. My fee was less than StubHub's fee, but even though StubHub ended up costing me less. So I think that's what we need to understand, that when you start getting to all that minutia of who does the fee structures different ways, you get lost because people can play different things with numbers. If I'm a consumer, at the end of the day, I just want to know how much is you going to charge on my credit card. What kind of services do you provide to me as a customer in the long term? Me as a business, I want to keep you as a customer. So I'm going to do what I can to get a competitive advantage. I'm going to keep my service prices down, whatever it is, and I'm going to take a look and see that, hey, Ticketmaster's at $45, $50. I want to sell tickets for less. What can I do to sell for less than him and give you the best consumer experience possible? That's what I'm going to do. So I want to answer the question that way with a question to have you think, what is really more important to you? Because going around the different states, sometimes I've seen us kind of get stuck in the, well, what is your percentage of your service fee? And sometimes we lose the point of, in the end, what is the real advantage or disadvantage to the consumer? For him, it's bottom line, what's going to cost for my family to attend an event, I think.
Yeah, Representative Maynard, the irony of this whole conversation is that Ticketmaster, who's against this bill, hosts the event, is the primary seller and the secondary seller. Yeah. And they want to tell us that we want to use our technology to only be the only secondary seller out there. If all of a sudden you're allowed to transfer, so they're in the secondary seller business. And they're not against the business. They're against transferring outside of their ecosystem. That's what this fight is. The fight is not the secondary resale market. They like that. They're in that business. They just don't want that business outside of their technology confines.
And how many times have you or one of your constituents come to you to complain about a business that had full control over whatever it is that you were purchasing, and they were dissatisfied about it, and that company acted with arrogance because they knew that you could go nowhere else?
That's what this debate is over. It's not over the secondary resale market. It's about who controls the secondary market.
I guess this is why I'm a little confused. If the artist is contracting with Ticketmaster from the very beginning and saying, you can't sell my ticket for more than this, and the artist says, okay, I only want the ticket to be $50, and if it's only with Ticketmaster as the monopoly, how does it, to Ridley's point, how does it get bad if you end up saying it's only going to be for $50, but it ends up not being only for $50? It sounds like such a silly question, but I'm a little confused on.
If maybe I can help, so sometimes it's like you got to follow what's happening. It just gets tough for me, and this is my job every day. You're looking at this to try to do what's best for Georgia within a time frame and a window. I look at this every day, and it's interesting how much misinformation is presented. How often I get to hear that, well, the artist sets the price, and we don't set the price, and the artist does this, and the artist does that. Sometimes you've got to go take a look at the different organizations that are represented, and keep in mind It's about 90% or whatever of the contracts with artists are owned by Live Nation. So I would encourage you to take a look at the hearing that the Senate did on this. And you'll find that there was an artist there. I wish maybe Sean, maybe one of the other people can tell you who it was. An artist who came there and represented it. As an artist, they have a problem because their contracts are with Live Nation. They go to an event that's owned by Live Nation, and turns out there's fees that they get stuck with and are just thrown at them, and they've got no control over. Why? Because this vertical monopoly exists. They're too large, and what could they do as an artist? Their voices and their ability to come out and I know some artists that we've talked to in Connecticut that wanted to come out and say, listen, we need your help, but the organization that they're dealing with is so large that it would not be in their best career interest to come out and publicly say anything negative.
Is there heart?
Oh, nope.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Carpenter, I'm sorry.
We get confused because there's so many different moving parts. The best way I can describe this in layman's terms so that everybody can really get their head around it is Ford uses dealers in the state of Georgia to sell their cars. All right, we all know that, right? What if you lived in a world where the only place you could sell your used car was that Ford dealership? Because that's what's going on in the ticket world. They're basically trying to get to a point where Ticketmaster controls the primary market and the secondary market. But what if you don't want to sell your car at the Ford dealer? You want to sell it to Al's Used Cars because he's willing to give you $1,000 more for it. Sorry, you can't do it. And that's what this bill is addressing is once you buy that car, if you want to sell it to her, if you want to sell it to him, you want to sell it to Al's, you ought to be able to do what you want to with it. And if you get locked in that where all the cars have to go to the dealership, there's no service, you're not going to get as much out of your ticket, your fees and your dock fees are going to be more because there's no competition. And that's what's happening in the ticket business.
And if I can, exclusively, because I appreciate you looking out for the artists, but the artists are also up against something because Live Nation, Ticketmaster, the majority of all the places where they're at, you'll notice if Live Nation owns the venue, Ticketmaster is the only one that sells those tickets. You heard earlier about a law being passed in Pennsylvania. That law was not passed. It was passed through the House. There's not an but anyway, what Pennsylvania is trying to do, and California is trying to do as well, was to get a bill done where there could be no exclusivity for the Ticketmaster to be able to distribute the tickets. Try doing that here, and you will see how quickly the other side comes out and how much that's something that clearly helps artists, and we would support. Why should Ticketmaster be able to come into these exclusive agreements with venues? If I'm an artist, what if I want the other young man who's a local primary? Wouldn't you like that bill with it? That you know what, you can't have exclusive. So now this fellow would have an opportunity at a Live Nation venue to say, hey, you can't go there and say only Ticketmaster can distribute those tickets. I'm a primary. I now can compete as well. What our Representative Hilton is doing here, he's really opening up the door in Georgia for you. This is the basics and the fundamental that'll make things happen for your consumers. It'll be good for your businesses that want to compete at a primary level. It'll open the door and make more secondaries compete. And if you've got transparency, consumers will only benefit.
Mr. Ridley.
There's so much wrong. And if I own the venue, which Live Nation owns, and the artist wants to sign with me, and that's who he wants to sell his tickets through, and you're saying, well, no, he's been forced to do that. But we've not had one artist come in here and say, hey, we need this. We actually had the opposite. We had all these artists on the last time saying, hey, we don't want this opened, we don't want this open, we don't want this open. And you're saying that it's for the consumer. What it's really for And let's be honest, not like this news thing here. Let's be honest that you didn't tell anybody about. What you want is the 10% that you're charging on the fee. You want to drive the price up because you're getting 10% of the fee. And I can prove it because I just pulled up your website right here, and you're charging $1,400 or $140 for a $1,400 ticket. So you're getting 10%. Is that not correct?
I do not believe that's correct. I don't even know what you're looking at, but I don't believe.
I'm looking at your website.
You're saying we are getting that. That's not our fee.
It says fee.
Whatever I'm not looking at it, so I don't even.
It says fee, $140 for a $1,427 ticket.
I don't know whether what you're looking at is true. I don't have that for me, but you misrepresented or misunderstood something that I was saying here.
No,
when it comes to the artists, you have a small percentage of independent artists that do not have contracts with Live Nation,
Mm-hmm.
and they will love to be able to go to your venues here in Georgia and be able to say, I don't want Ticketmaster to be the only one selling my tickets. I want to have my tickets also sold through this gentleman.
And that's what he said.
And hold on if I can. And in California, that happens. I believe if you go to the Los Angeles Clippers and the Los Angeles Lakers, both teams from the same state. One of them you're required only to do through Ticketmaster. The other one actually doesn't have an exclusive. And the tickets are cheaper.
But again, back to what I was going to say, you can go to the smaller venue. I do have a choice. That's what he was saying. I could use him if I'm using his venues.
At a Live Nation?
No, if I'm at Live Nation, I'm going to have to use theirs because that's who I'm signed with.
He's shaking his head no.
No, we're shaking it's not a Live Nation.
Just,
If
I
it's
can
a
use
Live
them.
Nation venue, here's the question. Here's what I'm representing. If it's a Live Nation venue, all right, where they're Ticketmaster exclusive, all right, this gentleman, unless he's got a side agreement with them somewhere, this gentleman cannot go in there and sell.
No, he can't because I've signed a contract with Live Nation to sell my tickets and have my concert at that venue.
But if you're the artist and you don't want Ticketmaster.
Then I don't sign with them. I don't
So
do
now
my
I
concert
can't go to
at
that
their
venue. I've been excluded.
Again, let me read this. Where's that at?
You're now restricting my ability as an artist for where I can perform and where my opportunities are.
Misrepresented tens of thousands of people for tickets that you didn't have. That's what the lawsuit was for. So, are you misrepresenting what here again? Because if I'm not an artist, you're trying to convince everybody if I'm an artist and I want to go to Live Nation, then yes, I'm going to sell it through Ticketmaster because it's a package deal. We had artists on this TV. I don't know how many of them we had. All agreed. We don't need this because we like to go through them. Or I could, if I don't want to go through them, I can have it at another venue and I can use this gentleman right here. But you don't get your 10%, and that's what you're wanting. Is that not true?
Not
you want
true.
the price to go up to get 10%?
Not true. Not true.
Okay.
Not true. And I can say in fact, because I know right in the state of Connecticut, we've got a
we're
Live
not in the
Nation.
state of
We've got a
Connecticut.
Live Nation. Well, guess what? It isn't just Connecticut. Where Live Nation is the venue, they own it. And you can only distribute through Ticketmaster. And particularly this affects the independent artists who do not have contracts and may not want to do it through Ticketmaster, but through another primary and cannot do so. Because the venue says, we have an exclusive contract with Ticketmaster. An exclusive. We cannot allow anyone else to sell tickets through our venue.
If I'm an artist, I also have a contract through my label that only says that I can sell through that label, and I'm aware of it. It's not something that I didn't know that I did. I agreed to it, or I wouldn't have signed the contract. But y'all are not available. Y'all won't be able to get a hold of it, so that's the reason you want to do away with all of it.
No.
Where you can make your 10% profit.
No, I disagree.
Okay.
Sorry, Chair. So Representative Ridley, is what you're, comparing what you guys were just saying. If the artist says I'm entering into a contract with Live Nation and I am agreeing that I am only going to work with Ticketmaster, they actually cannot work with Fresh Tickets because they want to be at the larger venues. So if Taylor Swift wanted her event at the Mercedes-Benz Stadium, Live Nation Ticketmaster said you can't because I don't work with Fresh Tickets. I only work with Ticketmaster. So then Taylor Swift can't make the money she has by going to center stage because it's smaller. Is that correct?
Well, no, she's got a choice. So if she wants to do the big venue and they own the venue, just like you own the venue, and you say, listen, if I own it, you got to use these people to buy the food and these people to sell the tickets. Okay, if you don't want to do that, and you say, no, I want to go to the smaller venue and I want to use him. But they're not, because that place holds, I don't know, whatever, 80,000 people or whatever. So that's who I'm signing a contract with, because it's an all-inclusive deal. It's almost like getting a general contractor for your house. I don't have to deal with sheetrock guy and all these others. This is all one deal.
Yes, I get that. But Mr. Fresh Tickets, he has been in the small market for so long because he was pushed into this smaller market. He never had the ability to have a large venue and to one day make he never has the ability to create his own Mercedes-Benz Stadium. He never has that because he was always forced into you can only be here versus Ticketmaster and Live Nation for years. You know, their wealth and this is nothing wrong with their wealth increasing. I have no problem with that. But the fact is, since they have had exclusivity for so long, that is why Mr. Fresh Ticks, that's why Mr. Fresh Ticks can never help Taylor Swift, because he just doesn't have the capacity, because forever he was pushed into not being able to do that. Is that correct, Mr. Fresh Ticks?
We compete for contracts with the venues. It is obviously more difficult to get the contracts at the largest venues, yes, but then there's other, just another comparison. I mean, if someone plays a show at Chastain Amphitheater, it's going to be on Ticketmaster because that's a Live Nation venue, and they have exclusive rights to sell on Ticketmaster there. But if someone sells, if they're going to have their show at the amphitheaters in Stockbridge or Peachtree City or Fayetteville or the markets where we have the exclusive agreement with that amphitheater, they have to sell with us, and Ticketmaster cannot sell tickets there. So yes, we compete for those venues, and yes, I guess to your point, it's very difficult to win those agreements for the largest venues. That's another topic. It's not really addressed in this bill. It's another topic for another day.
Exclusivity. Thank you, Mr. Chairman of the committee. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. I still did have a question. Can I? Thank you. And thank you for making the trip down here. Do appreciate it. I'm curious as to what opposition you had to your bill in Connecticut. Because I know that here we have pretty much heard from, Georgia-based artists, Georgia-based venues, folks from Georgia that are representing Georgia artists and Georgia venues, and they have been pretty much summarily opposed to this bill. What type of opposition did you have to it in Connecticut?
This is small compared to what we saw. Small.
Opposition?
Opposition primarily from Ticketmaster, the venues. They came out large because remember, consumers, they don't know what the law is and how things are impacting them so much.
Could I ask you to clarify? I just want to make sure I understand what you're saying. So you had significant opposition from your Connecticut-based concert venues, sports venues, Connecticut artists, local artists, those that had a vested interest in Connecticut-based entertainment sports and music, you're saying you had there was a significant opposition from those folks.
There was, yes, included. They were included. In fact, what we ended up doing in Connecticut, we said, listen, it was like your committee, it's exactly what you're doing right now. House chairman of the committee said, listen, we need to take this back and study this for a year. And it wasn't a study that they just put on a shelf. They really studied it and took a look at it and had Department of Consumer Protection come back. And the results came back, wasn't favorable on behalf of those who were saying that transferability would have been a problem. Okay? It was really kind of like a neutral thing that came back. And in the end, in order to get the bill done, there was a compromise that was made. And the compromise was it went towards those smaller venues that felt that they were being impacted. So in the state of Connecticut, law now reads, must be transferable, except if your venue is 3,500 or less. Transferability does not apply to them. But all those larger venues that came out and were against it, they now comply, and they've not made an issue of it.
Well, they haven't, I would imagine they have no choice. So just to clarify, you did make provisions in your bill that gave protection to your smaller venues, but not your larger ones. Is
Yes.
that correct? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And quite frankly, our smaller venues now, they pretty much go along with it anyway. Beg pardon?
Mr. Morris, if I might ask, now are you with Ticket Network, or
Yeah.
are you just a representative?
No, I am the Director of Government Affairs for Ticket Network.
So you're their lobbying representative. And if you left
I'm their
your phone-
in-house lobbying representative.
And have you left your phone number and all?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We appreciate you taking time to come down here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
All right, Sean, I'll tell you what, we're running a little bit overtime. For folks like Al Williams, let's take a 10-minute break so they can go to the men's room. And we'll be back promptly in 10 minutes. We have a couple of more. We have a couple more speakers. If you can hold back on lunch a little while, Representative Carpenter, when we're down here at the end of next month, he's going to furnish dinner for the committee. 10 minutes.
Hey, is this meeting gonna be streamed? Casey is taking me to lunch. We'll see this. We'll do this being streamed.
Exactly. My mom got staying by her parents' house a little while ago. But thank you for this. And if you can help me do Taylor in Miami, that'd be great. We don't work with you. Oh, I'm
Who's the vice chair of this committee? I don't know. They told me chair. Because I'm thinking on leaving myself. Are you going to the Georgia Power dinner? Maybe yours. this tonight. I don't know it's easy why I'm That's what Steve was saying. So they call it 2 or 3 times, right? They have people that are
If you sell tickets, which you can, or
All right, ladies and gentlemen. Would somebody out there call the folks in from the hallway? Can I say clusterfuck?
And y'all weren't there because y'all were out in the field. And then they didn't leave a note or anything, they just called you and left you a message. Okay, all right, I told Nick that, and he's looking at it.
I mean, the only people that work in the office that work there was just not every Saturday, every Saturday. But other than that, I think that's interesting. That we should be doing it. So we have never.
Could we get y'all to get everybody back in here, please?
So it's just.
Hello? Well. Well, nobody seems to be listening to me. All right. Did everybody go to the restroom? All right, come on. Would y'all? Chandler, would y'all mind sitting the hell down? I've already tried to recall this meeting several times. Would you guys in the back sit down? Let me be a little bit more forceful about this issue. We're getting down to the last 2 or 3 speakers on this, and this is just the first round of these. If I might, this is Mr. Sean
Ayash.
I'm sorry?
No, it's okay. Ayash.
All right, if you say so. StubHub.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Chairman, Reagan Marsh with Troutman Pepper, I represent them.
Secondary seller.
Yes, sir. Secondary
All right.
marketplace.
Please go right ahead.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. What is StubHub? StubHub was founded in 2000 as a secondary ticket marketplace. We revolutionized the sale of tickets and brought that secondary resale out of the back alleys and brought it online. What we do is we allow buyers and sellers to connect. We do not buy tickets. We do not sell tickets on our own. We do not set the price for those tickets. That's done by the people who choose to use our platform to interact. And we provide customer service in that transaction, which was Mr. Carpenter had alluded to earlier. If there's an issue when there is a transaction on our website, we ensure that people will be made whole. We ensure that they will get a refund, 100% guarantee. In the last 12 months, we've sold about 1.1 million tickets to events in Georgia, bringing people to Georgia from all 50 states. We pay sales tax in Georgia. And we support policies that empower consumers and ensure a safe, transparent, secure, and competitive ticketing marketplace. A competitive marketplace will provide consumers with greater access to the events that they want to go to and the ability to purchase tickets to those events at a fair and market-driven price. Right now in Georgia, consumers have no rights when it comes to tickets that they purchase. The bill that Representative Hilton is putting forward, there's been a lot of talk about a lot of different components of this industry. This bill does one thing. It allows consumers who want to purchase a ticket in the state of Georgia to shop for the ticket that suits their needs best. And if it's at the same point, if they want to sell that ticket after they buy it, they can do so on the platform of their choice because they like the way the colors look or because the fees are lower on that website. And I just want to go back to that point that the bill that we're talking about today is about what happens after a ticket is bought and giving the people the right to be able to do what they choose with that ticket, be it donate it to your church for a fundraiser, be it sell it to a friend, transfer it, you name it. And I'll try to be brief because I know we want to make lunch, not dinner. So happy to answer any questions.
Very good. Questions?
Oh, state government relations.
Mr. Carpenter.
Yes, sir. Real quick. So would it be fair to say that increased competition in the secondary ticket market would bring fees down, thus lowering the cost overall to the customer?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
All right. And did we lose that many people to the restroom?
That's the result of crowd.
Well, we got Dr. Ridley coming in. We've lost so many members because of that embargo on toilet paper you kept talking about. All right. Ms. Earhart.
Thank you. You said how many tickets you resold last year?
1.1 million in the state of Georgia.
1.1 million just in Georgia. And I'm curious, what would you say, and I don't know if this is data that you have at your fingertips or not, but I'm curious as to, like how many tickets on average would appear on your site, let's say within 12 to 48 hours of ticket sales going on sale for an event? In other words, how quickly, because we've heard a lot about, Uncle Joe that just needs to sell his ticket or somebody's can't go. And a point was made that it's interesting that people are selling tickets immediately that are for an event that's in April of 2024. I think we heard that example today. So I'm wondering, are these tickets that are appearing on your site kind of last minute for people like that? Or are you seeing your site flooded with tickets within, let's say, 12 hours of a concert venue putting those tickets on sale?
I don't have that specific data on when the tickets are placed for sale on our website, but what I do know is that the vast majority of tickets are purchased on our website in the last 24 hours before an event takes place. And that is kind of in contrast to an on sale, which might occur months before the event might take place. I think most consumers' shopping habits don't necessarily align with that.
Okay.
And I'm sorry.
We've heard a lot about bots too, and I'm just curious how do you use bots to acquire tickets?
We do not buy or sell tickets, so we do not use bots. And while we're on the topic of bots, we support legislation on bots. It's already illegal under federal law, and if the committee deems that it wants to do something on bots, we're more than happy to work with you.
Right. So you don't directly purchase tickets from bots. Do you work with any organizations that use bots that would be posting, or would you know? Would you know? We've heard a little bit about bots and just how it's not necessarily one bot going in or one person going in and buying 5,000 tickets. It's hundreds of different individuals buying those tickets. Collectively, it counts for a lot of tickets. But would you know if those tickets were posted? Would you know if tickets purchased by a bot were posted on your site or listed on your site? Would you have a way of knowing?
The only way that I believe we would know that would be if the people who are attacked by the bots were to tell us that these tickets were purchased via a bot. To my knowledge, I don't believe we would have a way of knowing that.
Just to clarify, you're saying the people that the organization or whoever used a bot to purchase them would have to tell you they did that?
No, ma'am. Apologies. Let me clarify.
Okay.
So if in a world where the folks are attacked by a bot, right? Live Nation, they have an on sale, or Ticketmaster has an on sale. Bots are used to purchase tickets. That is illegal under federal law and illegal in the state of Georgia. The state attorney general can pursue that. We would have no knowledge of the tickets that were purchased using a bot. The people who are attacked by the bots would have to let us know.
Okay, thank you.
All right. Mr. Ridley.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I was out there. Who are you with?
My name is Sean Ayas, State Government Relations Manager for StubHub.
Okay, for StubHub. Great. All right. So you said y'all don't use bots, correct?
Yes, sir.
But y'all formed a third-party company that is looking at selling options on tickets before they come on the market, correct?
I'm not aware of that.
What's according to this article, y'all Y'all have a third-party company that's going to that's going to sell options for tickets that's going to come on sale, and then the question is it going to have to go under the SEC because it's an option, and that kind of stuff, but you don't have any idea about any of that?
I'm not aware of that, no.
Okay. And you said that most of y'all's tickets are 24 hours before the concert?
Most of the purchases take place on our website just before.
So how do y'all get tickets the first day? Whenever they come on, on the market, I can go, George Strait, for instance, is just your first day it opened up. I went on at lunch. I think it opened up at 8. Every ticket was like all the seats were already done, but it was all StubHub every time I clicked on it.
Mm-hmm.
How do y'all get all those tickets that quick?
So we don't buy or sell tickets. We're a platform that allows buyers and sellers to connect. So other consumers might have gotten tickets and they choose to list them on our site.
So just everybody's just using you all at once? I mean, everybody's just choosing just to use you.
They could use us, yeah.
Okay.
That's a possibility.
All right, and y'all support this. Y'all don't want any transferability, right? I mean, y'all want to get rid of the non-transferability.
Yeah, we support a consumer's right to choose what to do with the ticket that they rightfully purchased.
Okay. Let me think about how to ask this question. What is Man Freedom Project?
I'm not aware of what that is.
Well, you should be because y'all fund them.
Oh, Fan Freedom Project.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah.
now you
Sorry.
remember.
Sorry.
Yeah. What is that? What is that?
It's an organization that supports the rights of fans around the country, I believe.
But y'all fund them to go around to all the other states for the same legislation, correct?
I'm not entirely sure what that has to do with the right for consumers to transfer tickets in the state.
Well,
of
if you're
Georgia.
funding, I mean, look, if you're funding to make a problem that's really not there, and you're telling these people to go around and say that, like, fans are not getting their tickets and they're having problems getting them, and this is the way we can do it. I mean, is that basically what it does?
Well, so fans, right now in the state of Georgia, there was an event in June of last year that didn't allow the transfer of tickets. Zach Bryan is coming to Georgia next year, non-transferable tickets. So this is a problem in the state of Georgia where you can buy tickets and you're unable to transfer a ticket that you've purchased.
But only a
Tickets
small
are deemed
percent.
non-transferable.
So on Zach Bryan, though, just a small portion of them is non-transferable.
No, the entire ticket. When you go on Ticketmaster, try to buy the ticket for Mercedes-Benz Arena where he's playing there, it's a non-transferable ticket. If you wanted to go to that venue and you're going with 6 of us decide to go, you all have to enter in together.
So how do you know it's non-transferable?
Because it says it non-transferable.
So it says it, and you have
Yes,
to agree to that. You know that's non-transferable.
I would, yeah, in the process of buying it, I would assume that that's the case, yes, sir.
So it's clearly marked then. I mean, there's no way that nobody's buying tickets and not knowing that they can't transfer them then.
That I can't speak to what people perceive.
Because that's what's been the whole point of this legislation since day one is been, well, people's buying tickets to only to find out that they can't transfer them. And that's been my question from the get-go. Is it not clearly marked? Do you not have to click the button saying, I know I cannot transfer this ticket, et cetera. So that's kind of what y'all have been pushing this thing behind whenever it first initially started. So it does say that though, correct?
It says it on the listing. I don't know if there's something that people have to click.
Okay.
But I think it's important to know that for the context of this bill, trying to make it so that if you buy a ticket, you have the right to transfer it, donate it, give it away. And that's what this bill does.
All right. And I guess my last point is, what do you think y'all's rating is with the Better Business Bureau as of this morning?
I'm not aware of that number.
It's an F. Because you still got 4,201 complaints that's been filed against your business that y'all have done nothing about. That's from the Better Business Bureau website this morning. So I guess my question is that if nobody's got a problem, none of the teams, none of the venues have a problem, then why is this legislation other than money being pushed? Because it's not helping consumers, because apparently they gave y'all an F on the Better Business Bureau. But I think what concerns me even more is, and I think maybe you don't know, but I mean, there's a whole article written in this chairman's one that quoted you when it was talking about the bots that quotes you, the greatest quote ever, says, you have to get up pretty early in the morning to fool an old fox, and you Valley boys are not early risers when they were talking about the bots. But I do think that y'all are, I mean, y'all have a contract already that's been worked out to buy options for future sale contracts. And so if you say y'all don't have the bots, but why would you take that risk if you didn't know what was already going to happen? So you see where I'm going with this? Y'all are putting out options to sell stuff that's not there yet, or y'all got a plan to?
Yeah,
Y'all got a
I'm
company.
not aware of that.
Okay. Again, I guess my question would be, if nobody's here in Georgia's complaining, nobody's for it, and y'all got an elf on the Better Business Bureau, then I don't really understand why we're talking about taking off stuff where y'all basically have free run of it.
I think it's important to give consumers choice and to give consumers options, which right now, at the press of an enter button, we heard earlier today about how tickets are largely becoming digital. The press of an enter button, that right, which we all assume we had before we entered into this conversation, can be taken away. And that's why it's important to protect the right of a consumer, to protect the rights that everyone believes that they have. And what was the case when we had paper tickets?
But you get a paper ticket with an airplane, and they still kick me off of it. So
I can't help you with that, sir.
All right, thank you.
Let's see, Ms. Minor.
Thank you, Chair. Quick question. Do you, when people go on your site to sell their ticket, do you authenticate that there is a ticket?
So what we do, we don't specifically, I'm not entirely sure how to answer that question, but what we do is we provide a guarantee in the context of that transaction.
Okay. So you are giving yourself liability at that point.
Yeah, so fundamentally our business, right? You go onto our website, you buy a ticket to go to an event. If that doesn't work out, we don't have a business. So we do everything in our power to ensure that if consumer uses us to buy a ticket, they get into the event.
So the speculative market does not necessarily apply to you because you've authenticated, in so many words, that there is a ticket.
So we don't allow speculative tickets on our website, but now we have, hundreds of thousands, if not millions of listings. And so I can't sit here and tell you that speculative tickets might not end up on our website. If we're made aware of speculative tickets, we'll take them down. But this bill does not deal with speculative ticketing. This bill deals with the consumer's right to transfer a ticket.
Okay, last question. Representative Ridley said if a ticket goes on sale at 8 a.m. by noon, thousands of those tickets are on your website. We've said earlier that there is these bots that are buying all the tickets, and so most likely, you don't know it, but most likely there are bots that have purchased the thousands of tickets, and that's why now they're on your website all at the same time. If it is illegal to do the bots and all of that, does that then mean that your company is complicit in something illegal if you're using botted tickets, so to speak? I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
No, definitely. I appreciate the question. I think at the end of the day, when it comes to tickets that are purchased using bots, I believe with them being illegal currently and with laws in place to pursue bad actors, I believe that it's important for the people with the power to enforce those laws to be made aware when those issues take place.
Okay. And last question, if I may. So has your company ever went to law enforcement and said, we have someone that has bought thousands of tickets and we think that something might be going on with this?
We have not, because we would have no way of knowing whether or not the ticket was purchased using a bot, in contrast to the original seller of a ticket who, and if you look at I believe there was people brought up earlier, the Senate Judiciary hearing that happened earlier this year. During that hearing, there was the claim made that during a Taylor Swift on sale, bots crashed the website. So there is an understanding that know what tickets are being purchased via a bot. I believe the gentleman from Live Nation talked about their ability to scrub a list afterwards to identify which tickets are being purchased via a bot. So presumably from that situation, they'd be able to notify the state attorney general in Georgia that these tickets are being purchased by a bot and enforce that.
And last question, do you know by chance like what your net revenue is per year? And the reason I'm asked, what is it? Do you know?
No, I don't know off the top of my head. And as a private company, I'm not sure we'd be allowed to say.
So if your net revenue was in the billions of dollars, then for sure you would have the technology in place. You could have the technology in place to make sure that you're not getting botted tickets. So you could authenticate to law that you are reselling non-botted tickets.
So people don't use bots to purchase tickets from our website, so we would have no way of knowing whether or not they were purchased via a bot.
No, you would have the ability, you would have the technology, you have the means. The company has the means to purchase technology to make sure you are not receiving botted tickets to sell.
I'm not a technology expert, and so I don't know how that would work if there's a way for us as not the people who are being attacked by bots to identify tickets that are purchased via a bot. I don't know if that exists.
Okay. I think I'm finished with the questions, but an idea I would like to propose to the committee is, as we're talking about different laws, maybe we need to look into, yes, consumers do need choice. Consumers do enter into contracts that they know that they're entering into. But if things are illegal, maybe we need to be looking at liability for people that are not enforcing laws. Because how does law enforcement even know that there's a problem if most people know where the problem is?
Representative Mader, I would agree. If I've learned anything today, there's a lot of angst in this market, and I think it's demonstrated in the fact that I found some common ground with the folks in the room here. Ticketmaster shares a 1 out of 5 star Better Business Review, and so failing in their efforts as well, which is indicative of consumer frustration writ large in this industry, and why we need to step in and help folks out with a more transparent, open system.
All right, Ms. Earhart.
Quick question, and forgive me if I missed it when you said this. Did I hear you say that it was not possible for there to be fake tickets on StubHub? In other words, or did you say that if a purchaser received a fraudulent ticket, that you would make them whole? I apologize, I don't think I quite heard what you said. I think you might have addressed that.
Apologies. So first of all, if someone is selling a fake ticket on our website, that's fraud. That's not okay. But what we do is we provide 100% money back guarantee for money that's spent on our website. If someone, as Mr. Representative Carpenter pointed out earlier, if someone were to try to list a ticket on our website and then doesn't deliver that to a consumer, we charge them double for that.
Okay, and just to clarify, maybe this is something, might be a better question for Mr. Conlon, just about the prevalence of fake tickets on the primary seller. I would think that would not, because that's an original source, correct? Those tickets are coming from an original source with a primary seller. Those aren't going to be fake tickets, but when you have a platform where anybody can list a ticket, you do run the risk there could be fraudulent tickets. And I do appreciate the fact that you said you can make those buyers whole by refunding them. But what comes to my mind, my daughter purchased a fraudulent ticket on StubHub. This has probably been about 2 years ago. I texted her earlier. I'm saying, were you made whole? I didn't remember whether she got reimbursed. She probably did. Let's just say that she did. But that did not help her when she was standing far away in concert line at Red Rock, right? At a Red Rock venue out of state. And she had her hotel and her friends in there, and she's there with no ticket and can't get in. So I appreciate the fact that you more than likely did make her whole, but that's not much of a help when you've already made travel arrangements and you're standing somewhere and you realize that you can't get into a venue that you traveled to see. So I'm kind of wondering about that. How often does that happen with StubHub? Do you have any numbers?
So I don't have specific numbers on that exact experience of traveling to go to an event, but I think it's important to know that, you know, we have a business. The experience that you just outlined, that is the absolute worst experience for a customer, for anyone, right? If that happens after purchasing a ticket on our platform, we don't have a business. You're not going to come back to us to purchase tickets. So what I do know is that overall, the experience that you outlined of someone like not being able to get into a venue, that's less than 2 in 10,000 tickets sold that happens to them. And in that situation, we will do absolutely everything in our power to try to find a way to get that person into the venue. And in the same way, I would also point out that, you know, if your daughter were to travel to Colorado to go see a Rockies game, for example, and it gets rained out, or someone comes here to see the Braves and it gets rained out, they also are found in the exact same situation.
Well, we can't do a lot about the weather, but we certainly can about fraud.
Yes, ma'am.
Or I would like to see us do something about fraud.
All right. Ms. Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very, very briefly, just because we've heard two different stories. We heard from Ticketmaster that, didn't we hear that you don't have a concert where 100% of the tickets are non-transferable? It was just a few at the front or a small portion. So, and you said earlier that Luke Bryan, all the tickets were non-transferable. So, which is correct?
Pardon? Oh, so for
anyone.
Yeah. So for Zach Bryan's tickets, for his concerts are non-transferable. The tickets for The Cure, which played in June, those tickets were not transferable.
None of them? Is that true?
Yeah, The Cure, they didn't want any tickets transferable. But it was the artist's request.
All right. Mr. Ridley, how about 60 seconds?
Oh, I won't need to take that long. Luke Bryan says we also do not permit the resale of tickets purchased on broker sites because we cannot guarantee that they're legitimate tickets, and that's what we do to protect our fans from brokers.
I think that point's been made.
Real quick.
Carpenter.
So just my experience, if you ever buy tickets, if you get there, the ticket doesn't work, secondary sites will provide you with an upgraded ticket better than the ticket that you bought 99.99999% of the time. And the person that sold you the fraudulent ticket has to pay for that ticket plus a fee. So that's how it works in the real world.
All right. All right. Any other questions? I'm sure we'll be seeing you again soon.
Happy to be a resource to the committee.
Hey, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Ron Gaither? Now, I understand by this, you're representing the Braves, the Hawks, the Falcons, United.
I am.
They have thrown all of their tickets in one pot for you.
And it is me.
All right, Ron.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, my name is Ronald Gaither. I'm an attorney here in the city of Atlanta, and I represent the Atlanta Braves, the Atlanta Hawks, the Atlanta Falcons, and Atlanta United. And I'm here to talk to you about a recent case that I tried just last week in Cobb County involving a ticket reseller. This is a gentleman who went onto the Atlanta Braves website. He bought 19 tickets, and under the Braves policy, they have set a threshold at 19 tickets for a single game. And that is set because they understand and appreciate that number, that 19 number, typically is around that kind of bot, that kind of reseller number. And so this individual goes in, he buys the tickets at that 19 threshold, and the Braves make a determination looking at its site, looking at its data, looking at its information, and say, wait a minute, this looks like reseller behavior. And what they did was they simply said, you know what? This feels like reseller behavior. We're going to pull those tickets back. We're going to refund you all of your money, including the fees associated with it, and that'll be it. This gentleman then sued the Atlanta Braves, saying that he had the unfettered right to resell the Atlanta Braves tickets. And so we tried a case in Cobb County Magistrate Court, and during that trial, we made a determination, we made a showing that Under Georgia law, in order to purchase a ticket, you will go onto the Braves site. You'll click a button, and that button says you understand and appreciate the terms and conditions of this ticket, and those terms and conditions control. And one of those terms and condition is you cannot resell our ticket. And I've been sitting back here for a little bit, and it seems like there's some confusion about ticket transfer, ticket resale, ticket donation. If you are a fan and you purchase a ticket and you can't attend a game, you can sell your ticket. You can transfer your ticket. You can donate your ticket. You have that ability to do it. What you can't do is have an excessive resale of your tickets. That's the behavior that the Atlanta Braves, Atlanta Falcons, Atlanta United, Atlanta Hawks, that's what they're trying to limit. They're trying to prohibit this idea that you buy their product and then you go out onto a secondary market and you jack up the price. This individual openly admitted in court that he had made approximately $250,000 reselling Atlanta Braves tickets. And as you can imagine, the Atlanta Braves are the entity with all the money invested in this product that they're putting on the field, whether it's the stadium, whether it's the team, whether it's concessions, you got it. They are the one footing 100% of this right here. And so they limit your ability to resell their product. So we put this case on before the judge in Cobb County, and during that trial, we had a showing that under Georgia law, when you buy a ticket, it is a revocable license, which means that the team can pull it back from you at will. They can if they deem any of your behavior questionable, suspicious. I mean, just stop and just think just for a second. Imagine if you are a team owner, stadium operator, venue operator, and you notice something suspicious about ticketing. They're buying too much, and you run a background and say, all right, now let's look at this account. Who is this person right here? That is the visibility that teams need in order to do a host of protections inside their own stadium. So we present this evidence in the court. The court unwaveringly says, you're absolutely right, Mr. Gaither. Under Georgia law, these are revocable licenses. The terms and conditions apply to this sale. He was well aware of these terms and conditions. He chose to violate them. He has violated them. And guess what? You win. We also pointed out that from Florida to Washington State, this is the law. These seats are revocable license. I know we've heard the Airbnb analogy or example, meaning that, or the airplane ticket as well. You buy a ticket, that's your seat. You don't get any property rights or interest in those seats. It's just for that limited purpose, and that's it. And you agree to the terms and conditions when you hit the button. So my job here today is to let you know that we've tried this case already. Just last Wednesday in Cobb County, we won. The law is these are revocable licenses at will, and if you violate the terms and conditions, Georgia law will say these teams have the right to actually pull and revoke these tickets from you, and they did just that. Any questions? I'm here to answer anything you got. I'm hoping Mr. Ridley will ask me something, because there you go.
Yes, Mr. Ridley.
Legal question. So since that court case, is that set a legal precedence now?
That is a fantastic question. Yes, it's already a legal precedence. The precedence comes out of the 11th Circuit down in Florida, a Tampa Bay Buccaneers case, whereby the court said your right to a seat is nothing more than a revocable license. That is good law. It's a law that we cite routinely in cases involving fans that think they have some kind of right to a ticket. It's nothing more than a license, and it's revocable, and we can ask you to leave for all kind of misbehavior. We can ask you to leave for violations that we see. So yes, absolutely.
Thank you.
Ms. Manor.
Thank you, Chair. So right now, the seat, the ticket purchaser does not have necessarily a right to the seat. That the the ticket can be revoked.
Correct. You don't have any property rights in it. You have a license to actually use that seat for that limited time during that concert, during that game. So yes, that's your seat.
Yes.
For that time.
And then last week you had a court case, and you won the court case because that was the current law.
Correct.
But if we change the law in January, then there is no longer precedent for that.
100%. That's exactly the reason I'm here. That would have some unintended consequences for the teams. And so, yes, we are adamant against the change of that law, and we believe that this jurisdiction should continue to do exactly what other jurisdictions, and literally from Florida to Washington State, which is these are revocable licenses, and the terms and conditions follow that license. And if you violate those terms, we can actually pull those seats back from you.
All right. Well, let's try over here. Mr. Mitchell, is that you?
No, it's Representative Bennett.
Quick question, you're gonna like this one. Are the teams you represent in favor or against this piece of proposed legislation?
We are against this piece of proposed legislation.
All right. Ms. Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question is Atlanta United going to exclude the Miami tickets from season tickets holders next year and keep that money for yourself?
I don't know the answer to that.
Can you find it?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Ms. Earhart.
Can you give me just a general, because I don't really know, but I'd like to understand more, how when terms and conditions are vacated from a ticket that's transferred, how that can negatively affect the team, the venue. I understand that those terms and conditions, they serve multiple purposes, but one would be to provide certain protections to that venue. Can you just tell me a little bit about what the damage, what the downside is to these venues?
Yeah, that would literally open these teams up to just a slew of lawsuits with people claiming they have an interest in whether it's the game, the seat, or the ability to be inside that facility. These stadium operators, owners, lessees, they have a property right, and if we were to extinguish that ability for these revocable licenses, that would be catastrophic for teams, 100%. Because those are those unintended consequences. Now every lawsuit will somehow sound in a breach of contract. You said I could have this seat. Somebody was sitting in my seat. They blocked my view, and next thing you know, we are now entertaining these stadiums, these stadium operators, these teams are now entertaining a ton of what we could potentially call frivolous lawsuits as well. Yes.
Quick follow-up. I know that some folks are ejected from venues. I mean, that and I don't know for what reason that may be, whether it's drunken behavior or inappropriate, I do not know. But because that is a revocable license, circumstance under which you might revoke that ticket, let's say on the day of, when the person is there, would be for some sort of behavior that is in violation of those terms and conditions. Is that right?
100%. So imagine there's a fan who received a criminal trespass for being drunk and disorderly at the game. We now have the capabilities to look at a ticket account and look and see suspicious behavior and also see who those individuals are. And so now we have visibility into who's coming into the stadium. So that's huge for stadium operators.
Right. And to take that a point further, you have visibility on those names because you have, and correct me if I'm wrong, I could be, because you have a contractual agreement with in this case, Ticketmaster, right? So you're able to see who's buying those tickets.
Yes, we may not have, as it relates to that hypothetical, but we do have visibility into the individuals who actually buy our tickets. And so, yes, and we also have contractual arrangement with Ticketmaster and others as well, too. Okay. So we now have that visibility to see where our tickets are, who has our tickets, and now that allows us to, again, control who comes in and out of our stadiums.
So by default, that could be a protection to the attendees of the venue, a protection to all of us, not just the venue, not just the team.
100%. We, as the teams, we have an obligation and a duty to make sure that our fans are protected, whether it's on the consumer side or inside the facility as well. So.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Carpenter.
Thank you so much, Chairman. Just a quick question. If, let's, for instance, the issue in Cobb County, the court case, would you guys have pursued that court case if, say, the Braves had lost 100 games and the guy was actually selling his tickets for less than face value? Would you have pursued him because he bought 19 tickets to resell at a loss? Was that something the Braves would be up in arms about because they're concerned about the ticket? Or is it just because the guy was making a profit on him?
Well, certainly because he's making a profit, but it's also the idea and the fundamental basics of, as a property owner, as a lessee, as an operator, you get to police, patrol, have visibility into those individuals who purchase your tickets. And whether you're selling them for a loss or you're selling them for a profit, if you are violating our policies, yes, we're going to come after you.
So you're saying you would have gone after him if the guy would have lost money on the tickets?
I'm saying that if you are violating our policies as a team, then yes, we will go after you. Just like we go after someone who paid full freight for a ticket and has a criminal trespass and we don't want you inside the facility, yes, we'd go after you as well too.
So, yeah,
we take those tickets away from you.
I guess, how would you know that somebody has my wife buys a ticket, but I've got criminal trespassing, but they're in her name? How would you really know that was her? Like, how do you make that one degree of separation?
Yeah, that is a challenge for any team that's out there. But yes, we make sure we at least have visibility into who has the ticket and whether or not there's a criminal trespass, whether there's a BOLO, be on the lookout for. And we say, all right, wait a minute, what's going on with this individual right here? And there's some analysis taken. So, yeah.
Okay, and one last question. Does the Braves / United / Falcons, do you have a financial relationship with secondary markets where in turn the Braves, the venue, receives compensation for profits made in the secondary market?
I'll answer your question. I think.
So if StubHub makes $500,000 on resale of Braves tickets in the year this year, does the Braves get a kickback from StubHub for a percentage of that?
I don't know the answer to that as a relation to percentage or anything like that, but I do know and understand and appreciate that the teams have relationships with certain ticketing agencies, ticketing groups, because I know they've been maligned here today, but they do bring about a certain level of order, meaning there are contracts with the clubs, with these organizations. They adhere to our terms and our policies, and they provide us the visibility inside to say, all right, we can track and see who has our tickets. So yes.
So would it be fair to say that as long as the organizations are making money in that arena, then you're okay with it?
I think you're focused on the money, and there's another element. And the second element is the visibility into who has the ticket. So yes, we do have those relationships.
Ms. Earhart.
My final point, just to kind of put a finer point on Representative Carpenter's point there. So you're saying it's not so much the money or what they're selling for. The deal breaker here is, or the reason this is okay, is because you're entering into a contract with an organization, a second party organization, that is contractually obligated to you to adhere to your terms and conditions. Correct?
100%.
This is not just a Wild West, we're throwing it out there on some second party platform. This is a group that whoever it is, you've entered into a contract, and that I would imagine that would be your requirement, that they must adhere to those.
Yeah, there's an RFP process. They're vetted, look and say, all right, you are contractually obligated to do the following things for us. And one of those things is adhering to our terms and our policy and giving us that visibility into who has our tickets.
Thank you for that clarification.
All right. If I might ask a question, since you represent all the sport teams, and I guess they all do business the same way. Do the teams sell their own tickets?
Yes.
They do. Do they deal with Ticketmaster?
Yes, they have a relationship with Ticketmaster.
Do they deal with StubHub?
I don't know if it's StubHub or SeatGeek, but yes, they have relationships with other entities that sell tickets, yes.
If they want to have total control, including non-transferability, why would they need to go through these other venues? To me, it seems to me that they're dealing with a primary and a secondary, not including themselves. I would consider themselves to be the primary disperser of a ticket. I would consider Ticketmaster to be a secondary as well, because they've then put themselves in the same position as StubHub and the other secondaries. So why would they deal with them if they've got control of their tickets and they can sell their own tickets?
Reach. That would be one answer. I mean, the Atlanta Braves are here in the state of Georgia. Ticketmaster's everywhere. And so there's reach. There's also a little bit of order that comes when you use these well-established entities. They bring about order. The word Wild West was used earlier today. And so there's a little bit of order, structure that comes, and formality that comes with the use of the Ticketmaster, StubHubs, and SeatGeeks as well.
Good. Ms. Maynard, one more time, please.
Thank you, Chair. So when people purchase tickets, they are agreeing to the terms of the ticket that you are establishing, the organizations are establishing.
Correct.
Today, you've mentioned a lot about data. Anywhere when someone purchases a ticket, do you guys also have within there, we have your data, we're collecting your data because we need to do this with your data?
I don't believe so, but I don't have visibility into that data collection portion, what data is collected, how it's used, that type of thing. So, but we know who our season ticket holders are, fans are. So yes.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Gaither, we thank you so much, and I'm
Thank
sure
you.
we'll see you at a later time.
I got a sneaking suspicion. Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you so much. All right. You know, I think that we've heard about all we need to hear today, because we will have another opportunity after y'all collect your thoughts to the committee members that are here. Been a pretty active discussion today. I've got just a couple of things I want to say. You know, the reason we didn't hear this issue during the session as we normally would, it was because of the complexity to it. There's a lot of cliches that come to mind that I'd probably be well advised not to say from the position of the chair right now. It's big business. I mean, it is mega business. And I'm talking about from the sports teams, I'm talking about from the entertainers. There's a lot of confusion into this that makes this hard to understand. How you can be a primary, how you can be a secondary, how you can be I guess even a third tier, and then we have the brokers that come in. Quite frankly, I think it's all about money. And it's who's making what. This committee could sit here as long as they want to, and we would never, ever get the truth of the answers, because quite frankly, I don't know that we know the questions to ask to get an answer in a lot of cases. I would encourage the committee members to think about what they're hearing today. Prepare some more thoughtful questions the next round when we have another hearing on this. I still go back to my original beliefs that if you bought a ticket, that's your ticket. I don't care about the contractual that whoever the venue operator, whoever, if you've got a ticket for yourself to sell. And I exclude people who are using this business to make money off of. The folks that are out there doing the botting, and as usual, we can see the typical handwriting on the wall. It's against the federal law to bot. And we see typical the federal bureaucracy in action that they aren't dealing with this issue, and it is a consumer issue. When I listen to these companies that are mega companies that say they can't control botting, I got to scratch my head and I say, well, you know what? Alan Powell can't control it, but I think they should be able to control this botting. That's one of the things that I think needs to come to an end. I made jot a few notes down, you know, about full disclosure of fees. I think when tickets are being resold, I think when they're doing all this stuff online, I think there ought to be a disclosure. The ban on IPOs, absolutely. But then we also understand at that point that who's going to do the prosecuting on this. Well, most of these tickets, I don't know, where's Ticketmaster? Where's their corporate office out of?
Los Angeles.
My point. StubHub, where's y'all's corporate office out of? Have they left?
Ticketmaster has an office here too, though.
But I'm talking about the corporate office.
Well, there's
You
a
know,
corporate one
the
here,
problem
too.
that I see with technology, and everybody, I'm noted that I'm not very technologically intelligent. Not as much. I have to rely on people to tell me what all these things are, these terminologies. But it appears to me to be that the people of Georgia that buy tickets, as well as the people across this country, it's the biggest scam job it's ever been, and it's all being done under the pretense that, you know, free enterprise. You know, scalpers has been a long-term phrase that's been used, but people are gonna sell their tickets. You know, always have, but it's exploded now. You don't see, I don't see a ticket broker on the corner like way we used to 25 years ago. If you wanted a ticket to an event, that you could get it. Most of it's online now, and it's all being controlled online, which makes it that much more complicated. You know, I'd like to see us craft something. I hear very clear from the entertainment industry what they want. I'd be interested to hear from some entertainers that aren't happy to know that the only option they got is to go through one company or another to sell their tickets. You know, I don't know that, you know, Taylor Swift seems to be a very, not just a talented entertainer, but a pretty good business person. I don't know what the others, I don't know if they're basically locked in that they got to go with the biggest and the best. But, you know, I'd like to hear from some of those folks at some point. Or I think the committee would probably like to hear. And, you know, under the promise from Mr. Ridley, he won't be an attack dog at the next committee meeting if they show up. But, you know, I think that we have something that could be hammered out that would be a benefit, if Mr. Conlon's correct, and they're truly representing the entertainers to be sure they're being taken care of, or to the Braves, or to the sports teams, or to whoever. I think that there is some middle ground to this. The problem is determining where that ground would be, because this is such a complicated issue. You know, I don't know, I may know a little bit more today than I did going into this meeting, or maybe I don't know as much. But I have a lot of high suspicions across this whole industry, from the entertainment to the sports to the selling of the tickets, to know that the poor guy out there, the consumer, that goes online to buy a ticket, and then all of a sudden that ticket disappears, but his credit card was charged for it. You know, that's not doing business. I come from a different profession, that a contract's not a contract until there has been money transferred. Good faith money. Well, quite frankly, if somebody charges my credit card and then I ain't got a ticket, I ain't gonna be real happy about it. But to me, that is a breach of a contract. And maybe those are some things we need to look at. We'll be back. This committee will probably meet again, no doubt, during the special session. We've got December. If you have any questions that you'd like specific answers to, then if you'll forward them to us, we'll get them to the appropriate folks if you can't get them to them. I'd like for y'all to study this. It is, as y'all can see, it's pretty well divided right now. And when I talk about division, that doesn't necessarily mean that something can't be hammered out for the benefit of the consumers of Georgia. I don't know what we can do, quite honestly, except on the local level, because so much of this industry is being handled from out of state that we can't reach, that it would take federal law, quite honestly, to deal with a lot of this. And of course, when I say federal law, we know what we're talking about, depending on the U.S. Congress or the U.S. Senate, you know. And enough said with that, except for Mark Twain's comments. That, you know, I thought I was a member of Congress and I thought I was an idiot. Well, I'm sorry, I didn't want to be redundant. If there's any other questions from the committee or any comments, I would certainly appreciate it before we meet again, and that'll probably be maybe the first or the second day that we come back in, maybe the first day. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's been a pleasure.
Come on.